Eight, seven, six, five, four, three, two, one. Welcome.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to Day 4 action of the Haryana. We are bringing you live pictures from Panchkula, where we've had some intense action over the past 3 days. And here we are on a big Sunday where the players are vying for a 1 crore prize money packet. So we have the leader right up there, Rakhe Aagey, at 15 under for 3 rounds, and he'll be very keen to add another title in his career as a pro, which has lasted 24 years. He's in his 25th year as a pro now. And there you see a bird's eye view of the picturesque Panchkula Golf Club. Which has about 7,179 yards in total, 72 hole. 72 is what we are looking at, an 18-hole course here with a grand total here, which is of 18 under as a record for you. On this course, we are already at 15 under, so are we going to see a new course record in the afternoon? Only the time would tell, but all set for another exciting day. And at this point, I welcome my colleague and co-commentator, Rahul Banerjee. Welcome, Rahul, and a very good morning.
Good morning, Rakesh, and a very warm welcome to our listeners and viewers. Final day of what promises to be a very interesting day, because it's a fairly bunched up leaderboard. Rahil, of course, in the van, as he was on the first day, has had a good year, Rakesh. Overall, he's come close repeatedly. He started the year with a runner-up finish, was third in his second start, second again shortly after. He's had 4 top 5s, in fact 5 top 5s this season already, doing very well on the order of merit as well. And in front of us we have one of the final 3 groups will tee off shortly. Conditions look good as they were yesterday. One only hopes that after yesterday's sort of disappointment on the greens, there's been, we will have better greens today, because a field like this, of this quality, was really struggling to get the ball into the pin yesterday, and we repeatedly saw putts, falling short or breaking away at the very last moment for no real reason at all. So and here we go. It looks like a safe launch. Again, a driving iron, opting for safety first. One of the form men of this year, Angad Chima, winner of his last start at the Visakhapatnam, the Vizag Open. He's also a local boy. He will want to definitely have a better display than yesterday. A little disappointed at the way his round panned out, particularly on the greens. For some reason, he was just not able to get his putter going as well as he would have liked. A mid-distance par 4, and this group, first 2 starters we have seen preferring to use the iron. Sachin Basoya now on the tee. Now he has opted, interestingly, for the driver, while the first 2, Thangaraja and Chima, went with the iron, the driving iron. He has picked up his driver, the big stick, as they call it, in his bag. Seems like a good launch. Fairly good one. into the first rough. Nothing too serious. You can see the ball, at least half the ball is visible after that. And he won't mind that. He would have gained a few yards over the others with that with the driver. And promises to be an interesting day, Rakesh, because it's still a very very tight leaderboard. Not much separating the top 10, 15, so to say, and some people sitting very dangerously on the leaderboard, just off the lead.
Yeah, Rahul, we are going to have an exciting day ahead for sure. And you mentioned about the quality of putting yesterday. Yes, it was really surprising to see a lot of players who have been showing great form, struggling to get the ball in after looking good and creating opportunities for like birdies, hole after hole. But somehow, sinking the ball in was a tough ask. And what was surprising was that even from distances which are considered to be a given, people were struggling. I mean, a lot of we saw a number of putts under 5 feet not going in, and ball wasn't rolling the way a lot of these guys would have loved to. But yeah, so we'll see what is in store for us.
When it happens repeatedly after some time, the player then starts to not trust the role, what they call, of the green, and which we, I think, saw. People left it short, the ball pulled up. We have a green speed of 9, but at times it didn't seem that it had a 9 green speed on these greens. But hopefully, this is a new day, and we'll have a better surface to play on. This is an encouraging start. People have gone low already. We've had a few. We had one eagle, good number of birdies already from the groups that had teed off earlier in the morning. And this is the business end of the tournament. Like the 1 crore Haryana Open being played at the Panchkula Golf Club. Longish course, 7,000, close to 7,200 yards. It's a par 72, 18-hole track. And it'll be interesting to see. I mean, the distance, the length suggests that it would favor the longer hitters, but we have seen where even the mid-range hitters are very much in the mix. Rahul Gangji leading the way. In fact, Varun Parekh is hard on his heels. They're the two at the top of the leaderboard. And a view of the Ghaggar River, which flows along the back nine of the course. And this is the front nine, which is more on the inner side. Chima launching a second. And finding the green, you can see the ball has finally come to a stop on the dance floor. Yeah, the heavy rains this season leading up to this last few weeks has actually been hugely beneficial. This course is looking extremely green, and yeah, we see one Angad Chima lining up his shot. This is his second on the par 4 first hole, 345 odd yards, and he has put it to within putting distance. Beautiful approach, very very measured. So you're seeing the benefit of using a driving iron. Your ball is well better placed than you might be with a driver, and Chima has just showed us exactly why. He's nailed that ball. It's been high, and the approach was just perfect. We've seen Thanga and Angad Chima landed on the green. Let us see what Sachin Basoya, who had opted for the driver and was the only one not on the fairway. But he's not too badly placed, using a very angled wedge, probably a lob wedge. 30, 40 yards on the green, maybe 50 yards. Soft hands. And he too will feel that he has given himself a birdie chance. All three make sitting in place, well placed to make start with birdies. Chima, of course, was the best of the lot. He just his ball stopped on a dime. It fell and died. The amount of spin was on the ball is tremendous. Here, if you venture left or if you go left or right, you're in the sand. So all three of them just doing a great job with their approach shots. And morning seems to have gotten off to a good start. Like I said, we've already seen some low scores, a handful of birdies, one or two eagles as well. At least one eagle so far already on the day by Said Saqib Ahmed. And this is the penultimate group waiting to tee off. Dhruv Shoran, Akshay Sharma, and Rohan Dhole Patil. It's a short par four, so they will perforce have to wait till the green is clear because the longer hitters can probably, on a good day, reach the green with the driver. So they'll prefer to probably wait till the group in front is finished with the putting.
Rahul, you spoke about Angad and Sachin reaching the green in regulation. Um, Interestingly, both these people are among the top three. If you see the list of the birdie leaders, Angad is second, and Sachin is third. And the guy leading the group is Udyan, who's had a forgettable tournament so far. But Angad and Sachin being in the same group on the final day, and these stats give you a fair idea that the way they've been performing on the green has been quite impressive this season.
Sangha was the first with the putter. It's a good lag. Gives him the tapping is the longest of the three putts. So he starts with the par. Wouldn't mind that at all. The last thing you want is to start the final round with so much of with a big price check waiting for you at the end of the day, and you're in contention essentially to make a bad start, which in this case has not happened. Certainly, the players also will be hoping to find more conducive greens as compared to yesterday. Hope they would want to trust the roll of the ball, which I think at some point in time they were all struggling to do yesterday. And Anga's putt suggests that the greens are look to be in better shape. Sachin with his putt, the birdie putt, going through the routine, practice swing, well balanced. This is putting carefully, nice tap.
This is clear
He
for the
will
first
wonder what
wicket
did
of
I do wrong.
Dhruv Shoran, Akshay Sharma, Rohan Dhole Patil.
Both the two first two putts from reasonable distance, one from far and one from middle distance, literally stopping on the edge of the cup, which will give Angad Chima cause for hope that he will be able to make a gain over here, convert. And the penultimate group now lining up Dhruv Sharan with the driver. Nice easy swing, sends the ball on its way. And he has found one of the green side bunkers with the drive. And the local boy Akshay Sharma has been in and around the top of the leaderboard repeatedly through the season. 15 events so far. This is the 16th of the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. Also opting for the big stick. He's asking the ball to go on the path he intended. I don't think it has gone done exactly that. Looks to have drifted to the left into the rough. And not the start that he would have wanted. Pune boy Rohan Dhole Patil. Last few tournaments has done fairly well. Has been threatening the top. Chennai Open, he had a fairly stellar run till the last day, and here once again he is in contention. Two shots off the lead, three shots off the lead on 12 under par. Calls the Pune golf course his home course. And safety first tactics from him. He's picked up his long iron. Fairly easy looking swing, and just on the cusp of the fairway and the rough. But he won't mind that. I think he's got to reach the ball, access the ball fairly easily from there. It's Akshay's drive that will give him some cause for concern, and because he seemed to have pulled it a little bit into the rough on the left, and you know, and we've seen coming out of the rough on this hole, at least from what we saw yesterday, wasn't all that difficult. Adil Bedi went right and he still came out and picked up a par. Some others went left and they came out as well without damage to the score, to their cards. So he has reason for hope, and this is our third from final group on hole number 2. It's the longest par 3, 219 yards. Pin in front of on the front edge of the green today.
This is tee off order for match number 17. Vikramjit Singh Sandhu, Devinder Singh Sisodi.
It looks to be a fairly pleasant, a little hazy, fairly pleasant looking day. So the players will have that level of comfort. Even yesterday was a very pleasant day for most part of the morning, at least. I think Chima will want slightly better returns on this hole. Nice easy launch. Has the ball high in the air. And look to have gone left. Sachin Baswara now with his tee shot on hole number 2. Sends it on its way. A lot straighter than his two playing partners, one of whom is to the right of the green, the other one's to the left, and he is on the putting surface. Longish putt, but he will feel that if the greens are behaving better today, Rakesh, he will feel that he has a chance to pick up a shot here, definitely.
It's a quiet start for most of them. Obviously, every shot, every stroke, every time they miss a makeable sort of a birdie or even an attempt to save par, they all are going to get converted into a few thousands, if not a few lakhs. But so everybody is a little careful, a little more cautious. but someone who shows the the kind of gumption, the kind of guts to go for it, to go for broke. He'll surely have some kind of an advantage here, provided he has a temperament to go for it. Because lots of them become desperate and make those mistakes, and they again, because this is the like money round, and that was a wonderful shot there, uh, giving himself another opportunity for a birdie there.
Terrific approach shot. Yes, he was a bit to the left of the fairway, Rohan, and he absolutely nailed his approach. Surprisingly, Angad Chima, who was so well placed on that on the first green from his opening hole, did not convert his his approach into a birdie as we expected, because he was the closest of the three. He stays on 11 under par, and penultimate group now in action. Akshay Sharma with his approach on the opening hole, playing at 12 under, 3 behind the leader. He will not be too impressed with himself with that result. It's a large green, and he still finds himself to the side, on the edge of the green, in fact. And this is our final group, the lead group. Tata Steel PGTI rankings leader Veer Alawat in the white cap and grey shirt, pulling on his glove. He will be teeing off with second place Varun Parekh, who was 14 under par, and our leader, overnight leader, day one leader, and again in the lead by a stroke, Rahul Ganji. Played a lot of his early golf in Calcutta, is now based in Bangalore, and one of the form players this year. Doing extremely well on the domestic tour, went abroad to the Asian Development Tour, has picked up 2 wins, leads the order of merit there, currently 4th on the domestic order of merit. So he's having a good year, but he is yet to put a win against his name, which he has come very close repeatedly, 3 times this year, seconds and thirds, 5th place, 6th place. So he would want to make sure that he converts this position into victory, definitely.
And it's very interesting to see, Rahul, that 3 of the top 4 on the current order of merit are in the hunt. So they are really in the mix right up there, and that can also see a swing. We can probably see uh, a new leader there, but if the gap is too much there, of course, yeah. But Veer for now looks assured of that spot. But then Veer would like to add to it, and there you see one of the contenders.
और अभी तक राकेश जो देखा गया, हमने जैसे कल कुछ मुश्किलें हो रही थी पटिंग के साथ, पहले जो हमारे सामने जो ग्रुप अब 1 नंबर ख़त्म करके छोड़ के आई हैं और निकली, तीनों पहुंच गए थे ग्रीन पर अपने सेकंड शॉट्स पे, लेकिन किसी को बर्डी नहीं मिला। तो उम्मीद ये है कि कल जैसी पटिंग ना हो, सारे हमारे 52-54 खिलाड़ी बाकी हैं इस इवेंट में, यही उम्मीद होगी कि आज ग्रीन थोड़े बेटर हों। अब आप देख रहे हैं स्प्रिंट स्क्रीन आपके सामने, दोनों ही पटिंग सरफेस पे हैं, 2 ग्रुप अलग अलग। और गेंद बिल्कुल पिन के पास से गुजरती हुई थोड़ी सी आगे चली गई। Veer Alawat launching his drive on the opening hole. This is the final group, the lead group of the 1 crore Haryana Open being played at the Panchkula Golf Club. We just saw Veer Alawat pick up his driver. Varun Parik now opting to go with a driving iron. Placed second on 14 under, a stroke behind our event leader, Rahil Ganji. Varun with his driving iron. Based in Ahmedabad. Easy swing with that one. Sends the ball on the way. Who couldn't have asked for a better result than that? Our leader, event leader, young man, young Rahil Gangi, looking spiffy in pink. He's had has a white cap to go with his beard. Always smiling, genial man, ever ready to share knowledge. As you know, Rakesh, having played with him at Pro-Am, lining up his driving iron now. There's the ball on the way. When a player looks down or away from the shot, Rakesh, it generally indicates that he'll be happy with the shot. If you have gone offline, you will see the player anxiously tracking the trajectory. But when you hit the shot and you bend down immediately to pick up your tee, by and large, it's been a good shot, and he's more or less where he wants to be. So we have the final lead group underway, and this is the business end of the tournament.
Yeah, you mentioned about Rahul. He's the one who's, he always stays cool, retains his smile I mean, almost throughout the round. He doesn't show his, like disappointments. He just kind of gets over it quite quickly. At least he doesn't show it. And that I think has a lot to do with his experience of being a pro, and he's been around for close to a quarter of a century. So you can imagine. And again, his short game is quite good. He doesn't believe in trying to overreach or trying to hit too long. He can lay up most of the time because he's so sure of his short game, and his iron play in particular, especially off the fairways. I think his approach shots have given him a very high percentage of greens in regulation. So that's the way he plays. Unlike most of the North Indian golfers you see, especially from Chandigarh. I mean, those who play there, because Chandigarh Golf Club has produced a number of long hitters, burly, strong young men, believing in sending the ball as close to the green as possible from the tee. Whereas little short statured people like, say, Rahil or SSP Chaurasia, and a whole lot of, they don't necessarily send the ball to say about 300 yards off the tee, but yes, they have the game to be on the green in regulation. So that's a lovely sight there for you, golf enthusiasts with a difference. And that's through getting ready.
Par 3 second hole. Oh, that is a great shot.
So great job by the cameraman there.
Terrific work with the camera. Yes, he captured it as the landing as well as the kick to the right as the ball went rolled towards the pin, and it will pass the flag.
And who doesn't want to have a closer look at the ball? As you can see, this keen spectator is getting closer.
All sorts of spectators around the course today. We obviously have a slightly larger number of people following the action today. Final day, and it's a Sunday. So hopefully there'll be more people turning out to watch proceedings today. और पुणे के रोहन धोले पाटिल अपनी टी शॉट के लिए तैयार, पार 3 सेकंड होल पंचकुला गोल्फ क्लब के। आज आखिर दिन हरियाणा ओपन का। Went straight for the flag, but he will be a little disappointed that he is let it run that far past the stick. And not a very easy putt either. He has to contend with a fair amount of downslope as well as side slope. So terrific direction, but just ran a little too long. Varun Parekh now second on our leaderboard on 14 under, one stroke behind our leader. Rahul Ganji back to the second tee. Akshay launching his ball. So replay of that tee shots from the penultimate group on hole number 2. And Akshay tugging his ball to the left. His playing partners Dhruv Sharan and Rohan Dhole Patil are on the green, and the local boy has sent his ball a little wide to the side of the green. It's a par 3, 219 odd yards. And we're back with the lead group.
When you have such large greens, Rahul, I think if one can focus on getting the back spin right, because you are just hitting it long, because you know that you will still stay on the green. So even if it doesn't land where you want it to land, at least the backspin will ensure that it stays there and it doesn't roll over the hill or go past the pin by a long distance.
Also, the very fact that you're aiming for a large area gives you a little more confidence. I mean, if you have pocket-sized greens, you have to be that much more precise with your irons and that much more careful. So Rahil now looking at what he feels to be little bits and pieces that don't need to be in his line of the putt. Surprisingly, this morning so far we've not really seen anyone make gains on this hole. Everybody was leaving with essentially pars. Here Rahul has his longest putt in this group, looking for a birdie to start his day, leading by one. Again, ball pulling up a little short, just short of the hole. So tap in for par. No damage done, but no gain either. Veer Alawat now getting a feel of whether there are undulations in the surface that his eye can't see, letting his feet do the judging. Very often see players do this, walk the line, keep their feet on either side of the putting line and try and let their feet tell them that are there any undulations they should be looking for. He's second to go for his birdie putt. Couple of practice swings. Nice camera work there. They've got a lovely angle on that. You can actually follow the entire putt sequence. As the ball on its way. Roll, 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 roll. But once again, just failing to find the target. Virtually every finishing putt on this green so far has been a tap in, which means the players are getting to speed, getting a better feel of the speed and the pace required on this hole, but no one's really converted. So yeah, here's a chance for Varun Parekh, second on the leaderboard, and he too comes up just short. But this was the second hole, not the lead group. Rohan Dhole Patil also leaving his putt a little short.
So far, we have seen only Rohan and Dhruv start with a birdie. So they have picked up a shot on the very first hole. So the race for the top is already warming up with at least two from the top three groups, two players from the top nine showing signs of making a charge.
Nice long drone shot there for you. Varun Parekh also having to tap in. Plenty of gardening going on there. प्लेयर्स जितनी कोशिश में कि ग्रीन को थोड़ा सा अपने तरफ बनाएं, जितने फ्लैट सरफेस हो अपनी पट के लिए तैयारी करते हुए. और जैसे कि हमने बार बार देखा है, आखिर तक जाके लास्ट में थोड़ी सी हिचकिचाहट या तो छोटी रहती है या दाएं बाएं घूम के चली जाती है गेंद होल से. Having watched the others just miss out yet again, Rohan Dhole Patil taking his time over his putt. It's the closest of the lot. You can see from his hand gesture that what more do I need to do? He's furious. I mean, the ball just wobbled off track. Yeah, so obviously the sort of disappointing trend on the greens जो हमने कल देखा था कि बार बार खिलाड़ी करीब आके मिस कर रहे हैं होल को, वो आज भी वैसे का वैसे ही है, वैसे ही दिखने को मिल रहा है. करीब के पट्स भी पहुंचते इधर उधर हो जाते हैं, छोटे रह जाते हैं. मेरे ख्याल से आप तो बिल्कुल आपको टैप इन रेंज में पहुंचना पड़ेगा टू बी श्योर कि यू एक्चुअली गोइंग टू मेक द पट, because even like you mentioned earlier in the morning, Rakesh, that from between 4 and 6 feet, the number of misses we have seen is simply astonishing for a field of this class and quality. You don't expect players will not expect the ball to behave. They know what they're doing on that green, believe me. and to still find them struggling the way they are suggests that it's not all is well with the putting surface that we've seen so far, at least the 2 or 3 holes that we've witnessed. Unusual to say the least.
And Rohan had a great opportunity to go 2 out of 2. So what we saw was, of course, an obvious disappointment, and that also was because of the fact that he had a great opportunity to go one rung higher on the leaderboard.
Varun Parekh now of the second tee. So our final group on the final day of the 1 crore rupee Haryana Open at the Panchkula Golf Club, and there you have an exhibition of absolutely measured iron play. Second placed on the leaderboard, Varun Parekh, Ahmedabad based, putting his ball within handshaking distance of the hole, and our leader, event leader on 15 under par, Rahul Ganji. Takes one last look at his visualized line. Beautiful backdrop, and sends the ball on the way. Look to have started a bit right, and that's exactly what has happened. He will not be impressed with his own efforts, believe me, Rakesh. Particularly after he saw his compatriots, Angad Chima, looking to finish things off on the third hole, which he does. These are the only sure putts that we've seen so far on this at the Haryana Open at the Panchkula Golf Club. For one reason or the other, extremely talented, extremely experienced players coming up just short, coming up just wide. And so you see the amount of time and care they're taking to make sure that even from this distance, which otherwise would normally be a tap in, no one's taking anything for granted on these greens. The number of 2 and 3 foot putts that we saw that were missed yesterday were quite astonishing. So I think everyone has learned a hard lesson, which actually makes this opening 2 days scores quite astonishing because Rahul Gangji went 9 under on day one. Pukhraj Singh Gill from Philor was 9 under on the second day, and then suddenly yesterday we actually saw the train grind to a halt, so to say. Only Veer Alawat managing to keep bogeys off his card in a run of 5 under for the day, 67, which has brought him into contention actually. 3 shots behind the leader. No one's really made a lot of moves. Dhruv Sharan, of course, picking up a shot alongside Rohan Dhole Patil on the first hole. Thereafter, we have not seen very much happening with the top of the leaderboard. Further down the order, there is a certain amount of activity, but that's only to be expected. Kapil Kumar again on the move. He has worked himself into the top 10 with a birdie on hole number 3, and lovely aerial shots of a picturesque but slightly hazy Panchkula golf. Water bodies near the clubhouse on one side. On the back nine, you have the Ghaggar River flowing along a good part of the back nine of this course, 7,179 yards, par 72, 18-hole course. 16th event on the Tata Steel PGTI schedule, and only a handful of tournaments to go, probably the last 6 or 7. And Veer Alawat safely in the top 5 here, well on his way to picking up the top prize, which is along with all the money that he has earned. Rakesh, he also gets a direct entry to the DP World Tour, which is the big prize. Manu Gandas was the first to benefit from that 2 years ago. Last this year, currently we have Om Prakash Chauhan, who's playing the European Tour, the DP World Tour, and Alawat looks set to be on his way there as well. Rahul Ganji chipping on after that disappointing tee shot. Very good effort, leaving himself for 3 4 foot putt for par. But he will not be happy with that tee shot. I mean, he looked to have realized immediately that he had sent the ball too far to the right of the tee. In contrast to which we had Varun Parikh's lovely soft hands there from Rahul Ganji, coming out of what potentially could have been a slightly difficult position, but all that experience of 24, 25 years of playing professional golf coming to his help. Order of merit leader Veeralawat, long putt, going back down the hill. So suggests there's a break. You can see the ball bobbling, which you do not want to see on a top level professional championship. But it was airborne twice on its way down and came up short. So players obviously not really trusting the greens, given their experience of the last 3 days, and maybe a couple of practice rounds before that. Now this is a chance for second place Varun Parekh, Ahmedabad-based golfer, to catch up with our leader Rahul Ganji on 15 under. He is currently 14 under. Had a superb tee shot, stuck the ball within few yards of the pin, and he would definitely want to make the most out of this opportunity and put some early pressure on Rahil as well. He's taking his time with the putt. Sends it on its way, and yet again we have a miss.
It's really surprising, Rahul, that increasingly we are seeing top, like those who are showing form throughout the season, and as it has turned out here, that those are the ones in the mix, or right up there, and they are struggling. So it is not that they don't have the experience or anything. Yes, some people are more experienced than some others, but given their form, given their reading of the course over the last 3 days, plus the practice rounds which they've been part of, it is really surprising, because leaving it short by a distance, that is what has it leaves me really perplexed about what really has gone wrong. Like, we left it short by quite some distance, and also that Rahil's tee shot on a, there you are. This is
It just
he's
shows you,
going to
Rakesh,
three
that
putt.
the
Yeah,
players are not really comfortable on the surface. Here, at the very last moment, again the ball bobbling off to the left of the cup. This is not what they would expect. This is not what we would like to see either. That such quality players. Here's a man who's come second in the Indian Open, taking on high quality European Tour field, DP World Tour field, coming second and struggling with 3 and 4 foot putts.
and yesterday he had a flawless round. Today he is, in fact, reaching a par three in regulation. That is with his first shot, and then going on to require three putts and dropping a shot pretty early in the day. So Veer Alawad, the order of merit leader, having a shaky start, quite unlike what we saw yesterday. Yesterday was the only one to return a bogey-free round, and here he's had that disappointment. three putt, a pretty straightforward lie. But of course, I think still early days. But it'll be interesting to see how those in contention deal with the pressure, because today is the pay round, it's the pay packet day, so it'll be interesting. And there you have the hole-in-one prize, Nissan Magnite, waiting for its owner. Anyone who gets the hole-in-one on this par 3 hole will be the one who will get it. Remember the first one. And so far, not a single golfer among these 52 uh, in contention over the weekend has got anywhere close to it. And there you have another spectator taking quite literally the bird's eye view there. And that is Sachin Baisoya, one of the top players this season on the birdie list. He's been pretty good. He, Angad Chima, and of course Udayan Mane, the leader on the birdie list there. But in this tournament, as we saw, both Angad and Sachin, they are part of the same group on the final day. So there is another look of the bird there. There's Thangaraja, the Sri Lankan, who yesterday really made a serious charge, and but for that late falter, uh, he would have been among the top three groups for sure to start the final day. But he's just a way off it. There he is in regulation, so that's not a problem. So it's a very long putt that he has left for himself, the birdie putt there. And remember, it's a 248-yard hole with the pin almost being in the center of the green, so it's not too harsh.
Also, Rakesh, don't forget this is the hole that still has the beautiful Nissan Magnite up on offer. For the first pro who gets a hole in one, the car is still up there. It's still an incentive to go for broke on this. See, Dhole Patil having a go at the ball. From the action on his putter, he put some fair amount of weight behind that shot, and ball just kind of died as it came up the hill. Event leader Rahul Ganji striding confidently down. I'm sorry, this is the Angar Chima's group with Thanga in the middle. Dhruv Shivaran looking to finish things off. And he knew it almost immediately. He stood up. He knew that ball was cutting away from the hole as it tracked. And it just kept going down and away, staying under the hole. And a slightly nervy tap in for both these players. Akshay also has a foot and a half, 2 feet to go. And you can see how tentative the players have become with their putters. No one's really trusting the surface. They know exactly what is at stake. There are points on offer. They're standing in the rankings list on offer, and all of them are not really at ease. Akshay, local boy, but even he is not really having the best day with the short stick. Every time the ball falls into the hole, I'm sure there's a big sigh of relief from the players. Dhruv will want to make sure that he doesn't make any more errors on this. We just saw Veer Alawat miss from literally a couple of feet. Rohan Dhole Patil picked up a birdie on his opening hole but gave it back on the very second hole. So this
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ है तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होश
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम 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 बाबा
some tree trouble here. Someone has obviously gone way offline with his tee shot, but doing a very, very good job indeed from that lie to have the ball on the putting surface. Excellent recovery.
Talking of recovery, Rahil, the way he saved par on the second with a long putt there, that was something because it shows that despite going off the tee, off the green with his tee shot, uh, and also the first shot when he was approaching the green there wasn't a great one. The ball really overran the pin there, but he really had a great putt. So so he's still on par after two holes. Varun, likewise, he's also right there on his heels. But Dhruv is the only one among the top seven players who has picked up a shot during the day now. And Rohan, after starting with a birdie, has dropped two shots in succession. And Akshay, fifth on the birdie list this season, has dropped a shot on the second, and now is ready for on the fourth hole. So a lot of action, a lot of very sticky start for some. And there you see Varun Parekh, who signed off his card yesterday as a joint leader before Rahil unseated him. So he knows he's in with a chance, just one shot off the lead.
Putting a good amount of action on his chip, but here we see just overhitting maybe by a couple of feet that is taking the ball onto the top of the slope and it's rolling, bobbling away from the pin. And now that leaves him a fairly difficult putt, and he not be happy with the result of that shot. Veer Alawat with his approach, an altogether better effort, and he will quickly want to put the disappointment of having dropped that shot on the second behind him and take that deficit back on this one. He's given himself a good chance. Soft chip onto the on the putting surface. Rahul Gangji, our event leader at the 1 crore rupee Haryana Open at the Panchkula golf course, and second place Varun Parekh is off to the right. Just had a little exhibition of the various lines people opted for off the opening tee, and now event our leader on 15 under par on hole number 3. Once again, not really getting a clear read on his line, on the line required for that putt, and leaving it below the hole, a foot and a half, 2 feet away for him to clean up for a third par in a row for our leader, Rahul Ganji of Bangalore on 15 under. Second place, Varun Parekh, a shot behind, also not making any gains so far, significant gains, and has left himself a slightly more equally difficult, in fact, job for his birdie putt on this third hole, taking his time over sussing the lines. Has won once on the PGTI in the 2022 season at the DLF Golf and Country Club. Now lines up his birdie putt on hole number 3. Varun Parekh. Sent the ball on the way, looked to have given it some tap, but even then it pulled up short. And the players would be seriously scratching their heads, wondering what do they need to do to get that ball into the hole from anything beyond 5 feet. It's becoming a task, and we're seeing it in front of us time and again. And Veer Alawat, our Tata Steel PGTI rankings leader, by quite some distance, will want to take that deficit back that he gave away on hole number 2 with a shortish birdie putt here. Lines it up, has taken his time. Ball on the way, but it's just holds its line. Didn't probably break as much as you would have expected it to. And a little more disappointment for this. These are the final 3 or 4 groups and featured groups. Event leader Rahul Ganji looking to clean up for his third par of the day. And finishes things off, a little shake of the head, wondering, clearly suggesting what is going on. And here you have the hole-in-one hole yet again, the incentive still up on offer, the Nissan Magnite gleaming away in the sun behind the penultimate group that has just teed off. Roshan Shoran looking nice and bright in his pink. Back with you. So, final closing round of the 1 crore rupee Haryana Open 2024 in progress at the Panchkula Golf Club. Leaderboard more or less unchanged. Dhruv Sharan is the only one who's actually made a positive move so far in the first 3 or 4 holes played. Veer Alawat has fallen away with birdie on with the bogey on the second hole, which he had a very good chance to make up on the third, but the ball just held its line, never broke towards the pin, and he will feel that he has again missed out.
Meanwhile, Angad has dropped a shot, Rahul.
Not surprising. Not surprising at all. Rohan Dhole Patil obviously taking some relief, measured out where he needs to drop the ball to get away from what could probably was a sprinkler head. So he's used his allowance of a club or 2 club lengths, found a fresh spot, and he will want to make the most out of that. So he's actually off the putting surface, but fractionally. Takes the flag out. I think he wants to go straight, look for a chip in from here. Though it looks like he has his the open wedge in hand. Require a soft shot. This is the sort of control these players have over their clubs. Even with this distance, he will play with the softest of hands, but still get the ball or want to get the ball as close to the target as possible, lining up his chip as carefully as possible. There you have, we couldn't ask for a better exhibition of just the skill levels of players on the PGTI. Soft hands, not the easiest of distances to contend with, and he puts the ball within 2 feet of his target. He would have obviously wanted to get the ball in. Chip in seems to be a safer option actually than putting on this course. If you can chip in, then you are sure of picking up a shot. Well, once you get on the playing surface, on the putting surface, you're not really sure what's going to happen, as we've seen time and again. And so Dhruv Sharan has the ball on its way, and for once, we've actually seen the ball fallen from distance. Mightily relieved man, also that gives him an additional boost. He will take one step closer to the leading duo. He will now be 2 shots behind the leader. As you saw, giving the ball some serious heat and letting it do its job on the way, trying to take the surface out of the equation with speed rather than leave it to the surface to decide on the pace and the direction. I think he went straight for it, hammered the ball straight into the cup. Probably one of the safer options on these surfaces from what we've seen.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I still feel that a lot of players who have been leaving it short would, I think, go back and regret the fact that, see, there you see it. just rolled it in so
Akshay
beautifully.
has obviously picked up a tip from his playing partner. Did almost exactly what Dhruv did before him. Put put a decent amount of weight into that putt. Didn't leave it to the green surface to decide on the fate of the ball. He said, "No, I'm going to go for the pin," and he went. And this probably will be the way forward for them now, as we see again. Dhole Patil, disappointing morning for him. Early gain on hole number one, gave it away immediately after, and dropped a second shot. So he will feel that at least, hopefully, he has stopped the rot.
So far, if there's one that's a lovely one which we saw in the past, that was the way the ball rolled, and it was quite clear that the line was the same for both, so it became easier to gauge the speed and the roll. So that is what we've been seeing that since yesterday, after we saw that the top golfers almost burnt the course with the series of birdies. We found cards of 9 under on both the days, 8 under as well. But yesterday it wasn't so. The best card was 5 under by a few. And there it goes. Another there, the Nissan.
Varun Parik taking his shot, his final shot at trying to pick up that prize for a hole in one on this hole number 4 at the Panchkula Golf Club, and our leader Rahil Ganji. Status quo at the top after 3 holes. Rahil Ganji stays in the lead on 15 under par, hard on his heels. Varun Parik on 14 under. Dhruv Sharan, the big mover on the day, 2 birdies in his opening 4 holes. That has taken him to third place, sole third on 13 under par. And we've seen Chandigarh's Akshay Sharma at least limit the damage behind him. He gave away a shot on hole number 2, got it back on the very next par 3, that is hole number 4. And our order of merit leader, Veer Alawat, now launching off in hunt of the Magnite. There's no one's really threatening Nissan in this group. So the car stays on its podium, on its stand for a little longer until those who have teed off from the back nine move over to the front nine on their closing stretches. So the opening group has had its chance, and the car stays where it is.
Of the three in the leaders group, what we see is that Rahil and Varun, they've been absolutely steady, 3 successive pars, whereas Veer has dropped one on the second today. So just one blip. If you look at those 3 front runners there, and there we see through.
That ball falling on the green and racing away. Shiva looking extremely puzzled at what happened. He had actually choked down on that club, tried to play it as softly as possible. Instead, he saw the ball scoot away. And someone's played an altogether better approach from the other side of the green. And this is the first of 4 par 5s at the Panchkula Golf Club. 585 yards. And Thanga is looking reasonably pleased with his effort to get onto the playing surface. And Thangaraj of Sri Lanka, one of a group of very experienced players from the island nation, from among whom, of course, we have no longer have the genial and ever smiling Mithun Pereira with us on the PGTI, having the son of a legend himself, Nandasena Pereira, a Sri Lankan South Asian golf legend. And Mithun has opted for retirement. He says his children need the father around. So what India have lost, I think Colombo have gained in a happy son. Always a smile on his face, always a warm word of welcome. Spoke better Hindi than definitely better Hindi than I do. And yeah, lovely man. A lot of discussion going on about what do we do with these greens, I suspect. And Angad Chima, having seen his short little wedge shot just squirt off into the distance, look to recover, coming back down the hill somewhat on these. Good recovery effort as leaves the ball just outside tap in range, but I think he will still opt to finish it off. It's pretty close to where he wants it to be. And duly finishes it off. That should be a par.
So there you see two men in pink. Looking to hold the putt. So far, leader Rahil has been quite steady. He has parred all three holes. He's on the fourth now. And Varun Parekh, his playing partner in the leader group, even he has had an identical card so far, three successive pars. But then you see through Sharon, who's got two birdies after the first four. He's the one who has made that charge from minus 11 to minus 13. There's two shots off the lead there. And Akshay has salvaged the shot that he had dropped on the second by finding a birdie on the fourth. So, and then again, Kapil, who has moved from minus 9 to minus 11 with two birdies from the first five holes, and then he has sparred the sixth. So he's looking good, a flawless round so far. But Rohan is the one who has dropped two shots. He's the one who, till yesterday, was 17 holes. The first 17 holes, he didn't drop a shot. But then, if you see what he has done in then he has dropped three in the space of four. And there you are.
Varun Parekh looking to clean up on hole number 4. Remember, this is the hole that offers the Nissan Magnite for the first professional who gets a hole in one. No one's really threatened very seriously so far, though we had a couple of close shaves yesterday, Rakesh. Varun will want to make sure that he's not leaving his ball short or wide on this putt.
What do you have to say about that?
Popping in and out. Obviously, on these greens, Rakesh, you have to be absolutely dead accurate. Even half an inch or a quarter inch on either side of what seems to be the ideal line will see this happen. We saw it happen 3-4 times yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah, the ball.
Rahil, in
lipping
fact,
the cup,
lipped out twice. So this is, it's proving to be a challenge for the entire field. And despite which, if people are still picking up shots as we go along, like you mentioned, Dhruv Sharan picking up two, Akshay balancing out his bogey with one birdie, Kapil Kumar behind them having picked up two shots. Further down the field, you have Mysore's Yashash Chandra on the move with two birds against one drop shot. Another Sri Lankan, Prabhakaran, also two birdies, two bogeys. Veer Alawat just running his putt wide. Tap and finish, and our leaderboard virtually the top, at least the top two are where they are as this when they started out 4 holes ago. Rahul Ganji, our event leader, on 15 under par. Varun Parekh stays on his heels, 14 under par. Dhruv Sharan making the move. Rahul looking to finish off and stay one ahead of the field. That was a close shave. The ball skated around the edge. He's looking at Ruhi, his caddy, and his wife, and saying, "Boy, that was close." And I think they exchanged a quiet little giggle over there.
So there you have. So you saw how close it was for Rahil.
I think this sums up the game of golf in three opportunities, three attempts, three different results. Varun Parekh in and out. Alawat never really threatening the hole, and Rahul Ganji seeing his ball do a twirl around the edge and then finally dropping, and a little bit of a smile after that.
राइट यार मार लो आप घुस गए अंदर
Akshay Sharma off the tee over there on hole number 5.
क्वेश्चन देना
Yeah, Dhruv Sharan up next. This is the first of the 4 par 5s on the Panchkula Golf Club track. 7,179 yards. Final day of the 1 crore rupee Haryana Open. The 16th event on the Tata Steel PGTI schedule. The 2024 season. And this is the man on the move. In fact, he is Dhruv now tied for second after Varun Parekh dropped a shot on hole number 4. So, which gives Rahil something of a little bit of breathing space. He's now has a 2-shot gap. Shared second Dhruv Sharan and Varun Parekh 13 under par. Event leader Rahul Ganji 15 under par. And there are groups on the back nine. Shaurya Veenu, young talent from Bangalore, the only player this season to be a repeat winner. The 15 events, only one repeat winner, which means we have 13 individual winners.
Lots of approach shots we have seen not landing on the green, and that was what was the result of one of such shots. And of course, then that again leads you to look for a good recovery. And all through, when we see a lot of people struggling, most of them have struggled to find the green in regulation, and that has very little to do with the course or the way the greens have been playing. Because if you go off the tee or with your first approach, the course is not to be blamed, and that is where the players will have to stay a little more steady in their shot making. And there is Rohan. He knows all about it. He has had a good start. Then he, of course, three eventful holes in succession, birdie, bogey, bogey. So he's looking to recover some lost ground. There he rolls it quite nicely. A nice chip in there, almost getting the line right, but not the distance.
Considering where he was coming out of, Rakesh, it was a pretty good effort. Soft hands, landed the ball just on the edge of the green and let it release forward. This is the first of the par fives on this course, and an opportunity for those who have lost ground or have not yet made a move upwards for them to pick up strokes. You see, Dhruv Shoran, co second place. The man in the top 10 who's made the most of the opportunities that have come his way. Two birdies in his first four holes. Will look to put a little bit of pressure on event leader Rahil Ganji, who now has a two-shot cushion, 15 under to 13 under. That is shared second place between Dhruv Sharan, whose putt just ran wide, bobbed away from the pin from the hole as it came down. Once again, a little bit of disappointment for players on the green. Ball not doing exactly what they would like it to do or what they think it should be doing. Looking like it's headed for target, but at the very last moment, either pulling up short or breaking left or right. As we saw on the previous group, if you don't get it exactly in the center of absolutely bang on target, you're going to pay. So Varun Parekh was sole second the whole previous group. He dropped a shot, and here we see now Akshay Sharma looking to make gains. Has a chance. Currently sole fourth on 12 under par. Also taking his time. He knows these are critical putts. Par fives are a great opportunity to pick up strokes, and he does not want to let this chance go. It's a mid-range putt, coming up the hill somewhat. That one looked to have to be tracking on target, but once again at the very last moment, just breaking away and staying to the right of the hole. Actually tapping in. Again, a fairly disappointing finish. And Pune's Rohan Thole Patil working hard to overcome the two dropped shots on holes number 2 and 3. Has the shortest putt of the lot on this group. Getting everything right, his balance, what he feels is the right line. Has the ball on the way, and even with this putt, which was about 3 feet or less, he was not taking any chances. Shared second placed man, Dhruv Shoran, looking to finish things up on the par 5 fifth, the first of 4 par 5s at the Panchkula golf course. Today, the final day of the 1 crore rupee Haryana Open 2024. At the top, Rahil Ganji is still undisturbed, now holds a 2 shot edge on the field on 15 under par. Joint second. Joint second, Dhruv Shoran and Varun Parekh, who has dropped his first shot of the day on the par 3 fourth hole. Saw his putt pop out.
There you saw a series of hits and, of course, what we call as a series of misses as well, because this particular tournament, especially over the weekend, has seen a number of attempts by those who were looking to hold their putts from varying lengths, different distances, but there have been more disappointments than delight. So a lot of close calls there, and there you see a beautiful view of the course. As you can see, it's a tree-lined course, all right, but it's pretty straight and long, which invites long hits off the tee. And as you can see, this particular hole is as straight as an arrow. So anybody who has the confidence to keep it straight will gain maximum value for his shot off the tee. And there you see the leader, Rahil, maintaining his lead at 15 under, staying one shot ahead of the pack. And there is Dhruv Sharon, who has moved from -11 to -14 thanks to his 3 birdies so far in a bogey-free round. Varun has had his share now. He's been there in the mix, all right, but he could have been at 14. Akshay, the most unpredictable of the pack, his cards are always quite eventful because he's the one who's ready to take the chances. He's ready to attack the pins. And Kapil, the man who is making his move so far, he's done reasonably well to move up to the joint 5th spot. He's had at least 2 birdies so far, again bogey free. And then you have Sachin, Rohan, Kshitij, Kapil, Sachin and Rohan sharing the 5th spot, followed by Kshitij, Angad and the order of merit leader Veer Ahlawat. And don't forget, Ahlawat started from the leaders group quite close to the leader right up there, but has dropped a few shots already, 2 shots so far, and still in search of his first birdie of the day after 4 holes. So Veer, who's been in form, as we have been repeatedly saying, he is the order of merit leader. But today, at least so far, he has been off the mark a bit. But then still a lot to play for. There's a lot of holes left. And trust Veer to make a comeback. There you have the leader. And he's on the fifth green, and he has birdied this hole every single time. I mean, he comes here because yesterday, as we saw, he birdied all four holes, which are par 5 holes rather, which is considered a birdie hole by the pros. And he lived up to it because he went for the pin and got it right every single time. So this is the first par 5 for him for the day. And Rahil, on this particular hole, if you see in the last 3 rounds, he has found birdies on day 2 and day 3. So looking for a hat trick of birdies on this hole. And the next one, this is par 6. He has found a birdie every single time. So these 2 holes for Rahil has been very, very kind, looking at how unkind the course has been, and especially the greens. So let's hope that the leader gets what he's looking for.
अभी जैसे हमने देखा, जैसे ही उन्होंने पट किया, पहले ही उन्होंने अपनी हाथ हटा दी पटर से। उनको पता था कि ये गलत लाइन उन्होंने चुना है और गेंद थोड़ी सी आगे चली गई, चलती रही। बिल्कुल जहाँ जाना था, जो उन्होंने सोचा था जहाँ भेजेंगे वहाँ नहीं, उस तरफ नहीं गई। और आज के बल्कि जो थोड़े से जिनके ऊपर उम्मीद अच्छी थी कि वीर अहलावत कुछ दिखाएंगे कमाल, थोड़ा सा पीछे चल रहे हैं। 2 शॉट उन्होंने गंवा दिए अभी तक पहले 4 होल में। एक मौका उसका एक तो वापस लेने का यहाँ पर, और ये उनको काफ़ी मेरे ख्याल से रिलीफ होगा कि बॉल गिरी है अंदर। राहिल अपने पारपट को लाइन अप करते हुए काफी दबाव में आ चुके हैं ध्रुव शरण से, जिन्होंने अभी पहले 5 होल में 3 बर्डियां मारी हैं. Is now sole second on just one stroke behind the leader. Rahil was 15 under par. Dhruv has climbed up all the way to 14 under par, with Varun Parik having dropped a shot. Is now 13 under. So we actually now for the first time in last 30 odd holes, we have a clear first, second, third, and fourth. Rahil Ganji on 15 under par, Dhruv Sharan on 14 under par, Varun Parik 13 under par, and the entertaining Akshay Sharma on 12 under par.
That was a tricky one for Veer, because the way the ball rolled in, it almost decided to go into the cup after a thought, I thought. So, again, the players have been quite tentative there on the course. A lovely sight again, which we've been repeatedly saying. This is a delight for the long hitters. And contrary to that, the Rahil, who is not known for his long hits off the tee, is the leader. So it is a kind of course where you do get value for your shots, even if you lay up, as long as your shot game is okay. And there's Tangaraja, the Sri Lankan, the best overseas player on view this week. And remember, he has had a round of 65 on day one, 72 on day two, 69 yesterday, which could have been even a 68 had he not had a bad finish. But today, he's still 6 shots off the lead and trying to make a charge.
Still trying to recover Rakesh from the 2 dropped shots early in his round. Though he has picked up a shot
Yeah.
on the 5th hole. You want to, drive home that advantage.
Yeah. Owing
But
to
these are conditions that are going to test anybody. On the greens, it's anybody's game. Once you get on, nobody really knows which way the ball is going to go. So you have to give yourself the best possible chance. And
there is this dream shot. I mean, this is one of the finest approach shots that you can see. He has nailed it pretty good. Look at the direction, look at the way it has bounced right and given him a great birdie chance, a single putt, and that should seal it. Because he has already dropped 3 places since morning. So Thangaraja has every reason to be a little charged up and to play his A game if he wants to stay up on the leaderboard. Although we've had a few holes for the leaders already, but we haven't really seen people like Rahil really making a charge or a Sachin, because they've only stuck to pars so far. Not much action, and even Kshitij has had all pars. So among the top 10, there are at least 3 players who have played a minimum of 5 holes, and they've had a pretty neat cut so far.
So also suggest to you that those who are in at the top are playing a little more conservatively, and somebody like Dhruv Shoran, who was further down the order, had nothing to lose by being more aggressive, and consequently that it's paid off. In 5 holes, he's picked up 3 shots and is now the sole second place, just one behind Ganji. So different positions, different approaches. Also, given the uncertainty everyone is facing on the greens, I think everyone is being a little careful and get the ball as close as possible. Birdies, as in when they come along, fine, but let's at least not, leave behind bogeys as we on each hole. Sachin Basoya trying to
Yeah.
get the ball in as close to or possibly even get a chip in, which seems to be the safest way of getting birdies on this course, given the uncertainties on the greens.
Sachin, like Rahil, is still looking for his first birdie, all pass so far. So percentage play has worked for Sachin today, but if he has to make a move, he has to be a little more aggressive. That's a decent chip, giving himself a good chance there.
And as Gary did suggest that ball is going to go from right to left on that one. It did start to move, but maybe there was a little bit too much on the ball. Had he dropped it maybe 6 inches closer to himself, it may have swung towards the hole. But all in all, a very very good effort. Again, skillful work with the lofted wedge. It's probably a 60, and giving himself at least again trying to get off the green without any damage to the card. Like you said, playing fairly clean golf, no errors, no gains either, but no, as Kshitij Navaj called the other one, who has not dropped shots, of course, as well as our leader, who had his heart in his mouth for sure. And one hole, the previous green, when the ball spun around the edge before dropping in. But no damage done, and Rahil stays on 15 under par and at the head of the field.
And as we watch action here in the leaders group, Varun has made amends for the dropped shot, and he has picked up a shot on the par five fifth. So he's back in the tight second spot. He joined Dhruv, and that means Rahil has to now contend with two players who are just one stroke behind him. So a lot of tension for the leaders there. I mean, the leaders group, as well as those who are improving their prospects of being right up there this afternoon.
But like we saw yesterday, Rakesh, Rahil Gangji is a wily old fox, and he is probably keeping his options open or playing. He knows he can strike later on the back nine is where he made gains, closing with a birdie. In fact, to take the sole lead overnight after Saturday. So he wouldn't mind the way things are going now. Fine, let the young brigade make a run at me. Let them take a charge. I know I can put a gap between myself and the rest when I need to. And pretty much following the pattern of yesterday, though did have an early drop shot yesterday. Today he's playing safe, no damage to the card so far, and one doesn't want to put the commentator's curse on him. Of course, the moment you start pointing things out, they start to go south. So you don't want that to happen. Thanga with his putt, in seventh hole. Cleaning up. Is faced an early setback, 2 drop shots. उन्होंने पहले 3 होल में उन्होंने 2 बोगियां मारी. अब यहाँ हम देख रहे हैं अंगद चीमा हल्की सी हल्के हाथों से मारा है बॉल को उठा के, लेकिन थोड़ी सी छोटी रह गई। उनकी कोशिश ज़रूर थी कि जितनी करीब पहुंच जाए फ्लैग स्टिक के उतना ही बेहतर होगा, क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं पटिंग को लेके करीबन हर एक खिलाड़ी आज यानी कि इस कोर्स पे थोड़ी सी मुश्किल में। और सचिन बसोया अपना आखिरी पट खेल की कोशिश ख़त्म करने की कोशिश में 7वें होल को बहुत प्यारा अप्रोच शॉट मारा था। उनकी कोशिश ज़रूर थी कि चिप इन करें, लेकिन बॉल गिर के सीधी भाग गई कटने के बजाय। और अभी अंगद जो हालांकि इस साल में बहुत ही बढ़िया इनका फॉर्म रहा है। लगातार उन्होंने कट तो कई भी नहीं मिस करी हैं। टॉप टेंस, टॉप फाइव्स, रनर अप बहुत अच्छी उनका प्रदर्शन रहा है अभी तक। जीते भी हैं काफ़ी सालों बाद, और ज़रूर उन अपने ऊपर उम्मीद रही होगी कि खास करके जब अपने होम कोर्स या अपने होम एरिया में खेल रहे हैं कि और भी बेहतर प्रदर्शन हो, लेकिन अभी तक थोड़े से पीछे चल रहे हैं। टॉप 10 में हैं, लेकिन एक वो बीच का जो उनका एक बोगी था उससे अभी भी रिकवर करने की कोशिश में।
अंगद चीमा के पास वो गेम है जिससे कि वो एक कमबैक कर सकते हैं या अपने आप को एक ऐसी स्थिति में ला सकते हैं जहां पे वो टाइटल के लिए एक प्रबल दावेदार होके उभरें। लेकिन फिलहाल एक लंबा पट देखते हुए एक मीडियम रेंज पट है जो काफ़ी लोगों ने मिस किया है काफ़ी टाइम से। और जैसा मैं कह रहा था, देखिए बड़ा एक अनफॉर्चुनेट ये है कि इनके जो लंबाई थी इनके पट की वो बिल्कुल ठीक थी। थोड़ा सा मतलब एक टैप इन बोलिए, ये देखिए उसी चीज़ को दोबारा, ये देखिए बिल्कुल लंबाई में बिल्कुल सही, लेकिन डायरेक्शन थोड़ा सा रह गई।
Play well underway on the final day of the 1 crore rupee Haryana Open, and in fact, first of the quite a few groups have already made the turn. Those who have started from the back nine have reached the let's call this the Magnite hole, Rakesh.
Yes, it is.
Since the Magnite, Nissan Magnite is still available and still up on offer. So here we see one group that has finished its back nine on the fourth hole of the closing nine, the final 9 holes of the championship, the 1 crore rupee Haryana Open 2024 at the Panchkula Golf Club. Pace of play has been obviously very good. Tournament director Chari Saab has kept the players moving, not allowed them to relax, and you can see groups are well into their rounds, the final rounds at the Panchkula golf course. Fortunately, what seems to be a pleasant day, sunny but slightly hazy, and the Nissan Magnite still saying, "Look, I'm waiting for one of you to come and pick me up." No one has really threatened seriously so far. The wind seems to have picked up somewhat, and the trees starting to thrash around behind the tee box. This is the fourth hole, the second of the two par threes on the front nine. That was a fairly good effort, good line, and I think aided a little bit by the breeze. You can see the flag whipping around, in the picture in front of you. Definitely looked like it got a few yards, picked up a few yards in distance because the line was very good, but still few 4 or 5 feet short of the pin.
It's a 248-yard hole, and most of the pros will reach that quite easily. It's not. It is not a short par three. It is a medium-sized par three, where you can see people reaching the green, of course, with ease, but nailing it is the one that uh, makes it difficult because people have been coming close. Like yesterday, we saw a lot of people finding themselves right off the pin, but today, of course, it has been a little better. So Magnite still waiting for its owner to grab the keys, but I don't see. Of course, the those players who have shown form haven't been able to nail it, and these are some of the, should I say, the also rans who are there trying to finish the round after starting from the 10th tee. So it has always been a point of. Welcome back. And as we are focusing on some of the leaders, we see that Sunit Bishnoi has made a charge. He has moved up a whopping 13 places so far to reach -10 after a stupendous back nine. So far, he has played 3 holes on the back nine and picked up 4 shots. So, after taking the turn at 1 under, Sunit found a birdie on the 10th, which is a par 4. Then he found an eagle on again a par 4 11th, and then followed it up with a birdie on a par 5 12th. So suddenly he has gained 4 shots in the space of 3 holes, and he's among the top 10 in quick time. So a lot of people who have been around are trying to make a charge, and that is what makes the final day so exciting. And again, among those who have been threatening to be seen with the winners' trophy, we see that Sachin has found his first birdie on the par 5 7th. So far, we've seen that, like we saw Rahil and Sachin following a similar course, finding pars. But now suddenly, Sachin has moved to the 5th spot by picking up a shot. He's now on -12, 1 shot behind Akshay Sharma, who in turn is 1 shot behind the duo of Dhruv and Varun, and they are close on the heels of Rahil Gangji. So it's a closed pack at the top, just about 3 shots separating as many as 4 5 players there, 5 players that is. So anything can happen. This was again a brilliant effort there. He was at the first cut, and he rolled it fine. He knew that it would take some doing, and it was a nice. He got the length right again, so which is interesting.
Sakshay now with his Chip on hole number 7. In fourth place, having recovered from the drop shot early with 2 birdies thereafter. And very fine approach, just a little low. Maybe would have liked to have kept the ball a little higher on the green, closer to the pin, like the previous shot from Rohan. Dhruv is left scratching his head. Long putt, but the ball just never tracked towards the hole as he would have liked. It's going downhill and left to right break, but breaking much more than he anticipated. Rohan Dhole Patil is up next. Similar line, also coming down. Just seen what Akshay Sharma's ball did. So he will know that he has to cater for a certain amount of break. Again, it looks like it will go from left to right, but with the greens behaving as unpredictably as they are, especially in the last final 2 days, a great deal seems to be being left to chance rather than the certainty of knowing that your putt is going to roll the way you want it to. Dhole Patil still not ready to having a last look, one last practice swing, very very carefully lining that putt up. It still broke much more than he expected. It was a left to right break, but maybe he's picked the wrong line to start with. So the expectation of lines that we are seeing from the players and the outcome sometimes very widely different, which is unusual for players of this caliber, their skill levels. And now Akshay Sharma looking to clean up. The second of the par 5 holes on the front nine. And a Tri City player knows this course well. He's played a great deal of golf here. Currently in sole possession of fourth place. The top of the leaderboard still unchanged. Rahul Ganji now has finally picked up his first birdie on the sixth hole behind this group. This is the penultimate flight. And Akshay Sharma looking to now push his way up into the top three. He's currently fourth all by himself on 13 under par. And converts. You can see every dropped putt brings a sigh of relief or a gesture of relief towards his caddy that, all right, we've done it this time. Didn't make a mess of that. And throw. Hoping to make this a clean finish. with no damage to his card. Not a happy man, Shoran, who calls DLF Golf and Country Club in Gurgaon as his home course. A short little putt, but there was still enough on the green to defeat his intention. Not at all happy with what just happened. And now we wait for the final group at the 1 crore rupee Haryana Open 2024 to reach hole number the seventh green. Rahul Ganji now have sort of opening a gap, having picked up a shot on the par for sixth, is now two up on the tie second place between. But it was between two people. Now Varun will drop a shot here and leaving Varun Parekh back in second place where he was when the morning started. Only difference now it is the gap between the leader and the rest is now 2 strokes.
And Rahul's first birdie of the day has come on a hole which he has birdied every single time this week. So 4 out of 4, couldn't have asked for more. And he would almost he would like to roll this hole and take it with him anywhere, everywhere, because it has been so kind to him during a week where putting hasn't been easy. And that's incredible that Rahul could maintain that 100% record on this par 4 sixth hole.
Also, the other point where he has made gains, Ganji, our event leader, is the par 5s. Yesterday, I think he birdied each one of them. Par 3s and par 5s are the best birdie opportunities, particularly for professionals. And if you can maximize those on any given day, you are giving yourself a good chance to do well on that day. And if Rahul is today, he is not. He missed out on the first of the 4 par 5s on this course, but he still has 3 more to go. But in between, he has picked up a shot, like you just said, 4 out of 4 on the par 4 sixth.
And also, he's on the 7th, which is also a par 5. So he looked to duplicate the effort which he got yesterday, finding a birdie there, because he has found it to be a true birdie hole. And interestingly, Rahul hasn't dropped a shot on the back nine this week. So every time he has taken a turn, or rather played the last 9 holes on this course, he hasn't dropped a shot. So with that confidence, I'm sure with a 2-shot cushion, we are going to see a different Rahul. He can stay relaxed. He doesn't have to do anything different. He can let others take a chance, like maybe Dhruv or Akshay. Like Akshay has already shown his intent. He's got 2 birdies in succession. He's on the 8th, and there is this lurking danger for him with 3 people on 14, because Varun is also on 14 now. So a pack of 3, 2 shots behind our leader, who you see on the screen now.
You can see the haze is actually starting to thicken, and but obviously the leader is laser focused on what his job is. He's had 2 runner-up finishes this season on the PGTI, Tata Steel PGTI.
This is a 586-yard hole, and there he is with his second.
In his first 4 starts this season, Rahul had 2 runner-up and a third place finish in the first four events of the season. Had another two top tens, one top five, and a top six before going on to the Asian Development Tour, where he has won twice, topping the the order of merit there. It probably sealed his card for the international for the dollar tour. And the domestic order of merit leader Veer Alawat now is launching his ball onto the seventh green, the second of four par fives on this course, sending the ball high. In fact,
Talking about Veer, Rahul, unlike Rahil, who couldn't do anything during the Indian Open, if Veer finds himself atop the leaderboard, that is mainly because of his, like the way he played in the Indian Open, coming second, and that kind of prize money that has been taken into account. That is the reason why he is right up there, about 31 lakhs ahead of the second place Manu Gandas. And Rahil, in contrast, had first four tournaments where, as you very rightly mentioned, he had three top three finishes, including two runner-up spots. But there he had a very forgettable Indian Open, couldn't make the cut. And thereafter, of course, he's been quite consistent. And this week too, after a forgettable second round, he has made his presence felt, regaining his one-shot lead uh, yesterday evening with the last stroke of the day. And so far, he's been flawless. So, experience coming into play. He's playing percentage golf. He's not doing anything. He's not trying to make things happen needlessly. He's waiting for the contenders who, I mean, other aspirants to make a charge, and uh, he knows that he has done enough so far, and then he's slowly moving into his comfort zone, which is the back nine of this course, where, as I said a little while ago, he hasn't dropped a shot all week. So if he can just maintain that streak, I think he'll be in very good space.
yeah, basically the onus is on the pack that is chasing him. I mean, he doesn't really need to do anything extraordinary. He already has created a two-shot cushion for himself, and no stranger to winning. He's already won twice. He may not have won on the domestic tour, but he went on the ADT, won twice over there, topped the order of merit over there, and so he will leave it to the chasing pack to take the initiative. He just needs to make sure that he, you know, getting up and down as often as possible, picking up a shot as and when it comes along. And he'll be perfectly happy coming out of the sand on this occasion. Rare foray into the sand.
Suddenly the wind has picked up. I think, yeah, the backspin didn't. I mean, it did help a bit because he couldn't pitch the ball where he actually wanted it to, but the backspin saved him.
Given his reaction, I think there was something in the bunker that disturbed his shot because he bent down and picked up something and threw it away. Maybe there was a pebble under where his ball was because the ball kind of popped up more than he, I think, would have liked to have gone a little further than ideal because these are the kind of shots these professionals play with so much of skill, and they literally can swing it on a dime, land it, cut it left, cut it right, and like you said, spin it backwards. The ball just dropped and stopped. So maybe that whatever impeded his shot, you know, proved to be a problem. Varun Parekh now, having started the day, joined in second, sole second, is now in a four-way tie for second place on 14 under par. Just lets it wanted to sort of pitch and run, but not as far enough as he would have liked. He was disappointed. Glanced at his caddy to say, क्यों नहीं भागा थोड़ा सा और. हमने सोचा था कि बॉल आगे चली जाएगी लेकिन गई ही नहीं, होल तक ही नहीं गई. और हमारे टाटा स्टील पीजीटीआई रैंकिंग्स के लीडर आपके सामने, वीर अलावत, सफ़ेद रंग की टोपी, लंबे कद के खिलाड़ी, लंबी बॉल मारते हैं। इंडियन ओपन में बहुत ही बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन रहा था, रनर अप रहे, जॉइंट रनर अप। इस सीज़न एक बार जीत भी चुके हैं और काफ़ी उन्होंने तगड़ी बढ़त बनाई हुई है रैंकिंग्स में। Weeds putt on its way. Once again, we see that unusual movement of the ball which should not normally be seen on a putting surface. The ball is bobbling, it's going sideways, and even this spectator seems to be a little puzzled. What is going on? Not sure, but I think his attention also divided by on the hunt for some food. Found what looks to be a tasty little snack. And lost interest in the golf. He's more keener on getting his breakfast.
Rather brunch. Ready.
Rahil looking to clean up now on the seventh hole, the second of 4 pives of the Panchkula Golf Club. I think he knew it the moment he connected. He knew that he had not picked the right line. Probably bogey. Absolutely no interest in the fascinating golf going on around him. He's busy with his breakfast or brunch, if you like. Seems to be playing with his food more than trying to eat it. So finally decided, all right, I've had enough. Alawat's turn to clean up on the seventh green. Making no mistakes, converting, and tournament leader Rahil Ganji in a little bit of strife there, having done so well on this hole in the past. Not the finish he would have wanted from, which is why I think that the bunker shot was a little unfortunate because the ball ran further than he would have liked. Didn't spin back either and just kind of died where it dropped. Joint second placed Van Parekh finishing up there before moving on to the eighth green or eighth tee box. And Rahil still has a bit of a cushion on the field, though he will feel that this was an unnecessary one putt extra than he would have liked. Angad Chima, final hole of the front nine on the Panchkula golf course. Mid-range putt, finds the hole, but the ball just pops out. This must be so frustrating that you don't get a read on either the pace or the line. Where we've seen Dhruv Shoran and Akshay Sharma in previous holes, really give the ball full beans and making a successful conversion. Here was Angad Chima coming up the hill thought he had the right speed and of course he had the right line. The ball went in and then unfortunately popped out. And Thangaraja lining up his putt. His caddy is taking one last read, some words of advice to the experienced Sri Lankan. Who has recovered from that early blip with 3 successive pars before this hole. So he seems to be motoring back towards the top, back into the top 10. Currently shared 9th, Thangaraja. Backing away at the last moment, slightly unsure about exactly what he wants to do over here. One last look, getting a better feel of the putt ahead. 2 swings, 3 swings. And clearly the caution that he exercised before this paying off. He's picked up 3 shots in the last 3 holes and he would not want to let that momentum drop away. And another mover on the leaderboard, Kshitij Navid Kaul, who was cruising with 7 pars in his opening 7 holes, has suddenly sparked his game to life with picked up 2 birdies in the 8th and 9th. Sachin Basoya looking to finish things up in his turn, which he does. So yes, Kshitij Navid Kaul, who was in one of the lead groups yesterday, fell away somewhat on Saturday, but has powered his game back up to life. Is back in the top 5. 7 straight pars followed by birdies on the 8th and 9th holes, both par 4s. Now he's making the turn 2 under for the day and 12 under overall, which gives him a share of 5th place. Angachima. Newly finishing off, winner of his last start in Visakhapatnam, the Vizag Open.
Talking the leaderboard, it is interesting that Varun Parekh has picked up 2 shots in the space of 3 holes, and that is he has made more than amends for the drop shot on the 4th. So birdies on 2 par 5s suddenly puts Varun in position of the sole second spot. So he's 1 shot off the leader and 1 ahead of the duo of Dhruv and Sachin. So very, very interesting. Sachin himself has picked up 2 shots over the last 3 holes before taking the turn at 34. So he's 2 under for the day. Flawless card so far, bogey free. And Akshay, meanwhile, as we have always maintained, I mean, we have been talking about Akshay's approach right from yesterday morning, that his cards are never, bereft of any excitement or adventure. So far, he has played 8 holes, which has 3 pars, 3 birdies, and 2 bogeys. So full of action there, and Akshay living up to his name. And he is one of those guys. He's been 5th on the birdie list. That means he's been pretty good with his short game, and especially on the greens. And of course, 3 birdies on a day like this show that he is quite good. But he's not doing anything different today. Dropping shots, picking up shots, and he's always in the mix. I mean, He's never, I mean, you cannot really ignore Akshay. He's capable of getting it right when you least expect him to. So, a lot of action there. And like Rahul very rightly mentioned about the charge that Kshitij seems to be making, taking the turn with two successive birdies at 34. So, -2 for him for the day. Akshay -1, despite having dropped a shot on the 8th, and moving on to the 9th now. And further up the order, we see Dhruv Sharon steadying a bit after 3 birdies on the first 5 holes. He has parred the next 3. Varun, one dropped shot on the 4th, followed by 2 birdies over the next 3 holes. And that leaves Rahil Gangji with the sole birdie, with a sole lead. I mean, he has just been able to protect his lead thanks to his lone birdie of the day on the par 4 6th. So very, very exciting. Some people playing their percentage game, sticking to a certain plan. Um, Much like what Akshay is doing, he's sticking to his plan. He's willing to take chances. He's not waiting for things to happen. He's one of those players who believes in making things happen. So that's the way he plays. And Varun waiting for his opportunities. And I think he's up. His confidence is up, and so is Dhruv Sharon's.
What a great
He's been
shot!
a first-time winner.
But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
Closing in on the entering the final stages of the final day at the 1 crore rupee Haryana Open 2024 at Panchkula Golf Course. Drones have been in the air. We've been getting some interesting shots, and each time we switch to the drone shots, Rakesh, it's getting just a little darker. So maybe the haze is coming down, or it's getting a little cloudy. You don't see too many shadows, which means that probably there's not so much of sunshine as there was to start with. But having said that, when you get a close up, there's looks to be fairly trees and the leaves gleaming away in the sunlight, which wasn't obvious from the high shot. Status quo in the event: overnight leader Rahil Ganji stays 1 shot ahead of Varun Parekh, and they set out in that order. There was a little bit of up and down behind the leader. Ganji undisturbed at the top. Behind him, there was for a while a 4-way tie for second place. But Varun Parekh, with those 2 birdies, has steadied his round after one drop shot on the par 3 4th hole. And we are back in action on the 8th with Rahil Ganji's approach. Staying just short of the green. Will not like that result. Maybe, the wind has suddenly picked up. We saw the flag whipping around Rakesh. Maybe he just sort of fooled him into, sort of not going as hard at the flag as he would have liked. This is the penultimate group. This is Dhole Patil striding up in front briskly. Jiv Sharan in the bright pink center of your picture. And Chandigarh boy Akshay Sharma in the dark grey, walking up to the ninth green. The lead group immediately behind them, they would be on hole number 8. And been close to 2.5 hours since the final group teed off, and we still have 2 holes to go for them on the front 9 and all of the back 9 to come after that.
Interestingly, the score, as you can see, stands at minus 16 for the leader. And it is just to remind our viewers that the course record stands, the winning score on this course stands at minus 18. So Rahil is 2 strokes off it with plenty of holes to go, at least 11 holes to play for him. And as we've always maintained, that it'll be interesting to see whether Rahil is going to maintain his bogey-free spree on the back 9 of this course. So if he does that, there is every possibility of him finding a couple of birdies on the way. So a new course record is definitely a very bright prospect. That is something that we are likely to see today. It just depends on what people like Varun and Dhruv are going to force Rahil to do. If they don't threaten him, he need not show any aggression. He need not really stretch himself to find birdies. But so far, Rahil has played his game. He hasn't done anything extraordinary, so to say. But he has been playing very steadily. He has saved a few pars. And that has been his biggest takeaway so far.
Dhole Patil, 12 under. And final hole before making the turn. Long putt and pulls up just a little short, stays under the hole. He would not be too happy with that. But all said and done, if he can walk away with a par, I think he's opted to tap in. Finish off, he's not too far away. He has to finish.
And there is Mr. Unpredictable, Akshay.
Yeah, for a player who's played this course very often, even he can see from his gesture what is going on. He's या तो मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ या क्या हो रहा है, आप जो समझना चाहे समझे. यहीं के खिलाड़ी हैं, ट्राई सिटी के, चंडीगढ़ एरिया के, और खुद ही थोड़े से परेशान इन ग्रीन्स को लेके। और आपके सामने अभी अंगद चीमा अपनी पट के साथ। लाइन अच्छी चुनी थी, 10वें होल पे पट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन थोड़ी सी नीची रह गई। गेंद होल के नीचे से गुजरती हुई अब फिनिश कर दिया उन्होंने। 10वां होल इनका पूरा हुआ। इनके पीछे जो ग्रुप है वो अभी 9वां ख़त्म कर रहे हैं, और लीड ग्रुप जो हमारी है, जिसमें पहले और दूसरे नंबर पे चलते हुए राहिल गांधी और वरुण पारिक शामिल हैं, वो अभी 9वें में पहुंचेंगे। ध्रुव शेवरन अपनी पट के साथ। और एक और उदाहरण ऐसे कि जो किसी तरह से खिलाड़ियों को ये ग्रीन्स की क्या क्या बिहेवियर होगी, किस तरह बॉल रोल करेगी, कितनी गति पे चलेगी, उसको समझने में थोड़ी सी हिचकिचाहट। हालांकि बहुत सारी बॉडियाज भी बन रही हैं साथ साथ, तो आपको अंदाज होगा कि इनकी काबिलियत का लेवल इतने मुश्किल कंडीशंस में, ग्रीन्स जहां परेशान कर रहे हैं सारे प्लेयर्स को, उसके बावजूद ढेर सारी हम देख रहे हैं कितनी बढ़िया हुई है। एंड Rakesh, there's been a small blip again for our leader. Rahil seems to have dropped a shot on the eighth hole,
But he still finds himself safe
but
because
he is that
and
two
so
shot.
has Varun. So has Varun. So he still maintains that one shot lead because suddenly Varun finds himself in the company of Dhruv at minus 14, and Rahil, despite dropping a shot, he still leads at minus 15.
First error from our leader. Fairly consistent round. He was playing conservative golf for the first 5 holes. Picked up a shot on 6. Part the 7th, which he has usually for the first 3 days picked up a shot, but today he just walked away with a par. And on the par 4 8th, we saw him drop a shot.
And Rahil, this particular hole, the eighth hole on the course, has made him really, the most vulnerable on that hole because he has dropped 3 shots on that hole this week. So he's found only one par and three bogeys, including the one which is his latest bogey. So and since then he hadn't dropped a shot actually. After dropping that shot on the 8th yesterday, he has either parred or found birdies. So it took him exactly 18 holes to return to that same hole and do what he did 3 times. I mean, at least twice before this week.
But at least he's been consistent. So
Yeah.
the ever entertaining Akshay Sharma with the big stick in his hand, the driver. There's plenty of change going on, and now all of a sudden the leaderboard is switching itself around very quickly. Sachin Basoya running with a clean card so far. Picked up 2 shots before the turn. Let's watch Akshay go through with his drive.
Cut, Indian. Please cut.
Gives it
Please cut.
full tilt at the ball. Tee shot on the 10th hole. And like I just mentioned, Sachin Basoya making the turn 2 shots before he made the turn, and starting the back nine with a birdie, which brings him into a tie for second place alongside Varun Parekh. On 14 under par, 1 shot behind our event leader, Rahul Gandhi. In all of this, like I said, all of the churn that is happening, Rakesh, we saw Dhruv, who was having a very consistent run so far, finally make his first error, and he dropped a shot on the 9th as well, which takes him out of the top 2 and into a tie for 4th place. Yeah, he's back in the frame. He will want to bounce back quickly from that blip, because the field is not actually picking up. And instead of a driver, he's opted for a 3-wood. of the tee. It's a par 4, mid-range par 4. Nice, smooth, easy swing. Following the ball, which suggests that he was not too happy with the result of his tee shot. But finally decides, okay, could have been worse, picks up his tee and walks off. Checking with his caddy, I think, to see exactly where the ball has gone. And the long shots continue to be a little, at times it seems a little hazy, at times it seems sunny. But overall, it's been a pleasant day in Panchkula. Final day of the Haryana Open 2024. And at the top of the leaderboard, Rahul Ganji still one, as he was at the start of the day, having completed 8 holes, the lead group still one ahead. But behind him, there's been a fair amount of change. Varun Parik stays one shot behind the leader, but he has been joined now by Sachin Basoya, who has picked up 3 shots in his last 4 holes after get parring his opening 6 holes. Sachin, one of the few in the top of the leaderboard who has not dropped a shot today. Almost everybody else around him giving away shots. In your picture, Angad Chima, coming into this event, was one of the form players, but he's not had the best. In fact, gave away a double bogey before. This is the 11th green. He had a double bogey at the 10th, which has basically pushed him virtually out of contention and into a tie for 15th place. But there are many others who have been on the move. We have a good number of Sunit Bisnoy after that charge that saw him pick up 5 shots in the space of 5 holes has suddenly leveled up. He's tied for 15th place. Sarthak Chibar is making something of a move, picked up 3 shots in the first 3 holes of the back nine. And Thanga in some sand trouble on the 11th. Still in with a chance, 12 under par is 3 off the lead. Very much there. Man of great, vast experience and making the most of that experience to literally pop the ball out of the bunker and or leave himself a tap in to finish. On the other side of the green, Sachin Basoya has created a chance of picking up yet another shot. Thanga coming out from the right side of the green, Sachin Basoya from the left side of the green, and both leaving each other and themselves almost an identical putt to finish. Angad Chima will not be happy with what happened on the previous hole. He dropped a double, a rare double. Don't see too many of those in a field of this quality. And he's left himself a slightly tricky. He would have been hoping that he would not have to pull out his flat stick, but he will still need a putter after that. And has fallen well off the pace. So now it's 8 under par and 7 shots behind the leader. Sachin Basa will be the first to go in this group. About 4 feet to finish off. Nice little chip on he played. And safely into the hole. Thanga is up next. Showed an equal degree of skill in coming out of that bunker and leaving the ball just very few feet away from his target. And he will wait for Angad Chima to finish things off before. Chima just having dropped a double before this on the 10th. Fans are well down the field now on 10 under par. Rahul Ganji continues to lead at 15 under. Ball dropping safely for Angad Chima over there. And now Thangaraja to finish off for this group. He's seen how difficult the greens are, how oddly they have behaved, and has been in no hurry whatsoever with the putter in hand. He's taken his time, willing to step back on occasion more than once to reassess his initial thoughts, take a few practicing, get a feel of the putter in his hand well, and rolling it in safely. In fact, Thangaraja, after the 2 drop shots inside the first 3 holes, has brought his round to life. He's picked up 3 shots before the turn and 1 immediately after. Where his playing partner Angad Chima dropped 2 shots, he gained 1. So there's a swing of 3 between them over the right there. And at the top, Rahul Ganji continues to lead by 1.
On the 14th, I was looking for my ball on the right side, and there was this area that it just was like mud. I just went in, and it was fully wet underneath. So I went in till like waist high, and my caddy then pulled me out. So then I had to get a fresh change of trousers and socks for the remainder of the round.
Yeah. So there's plenty of change up and down the order. Rakesh, you were saying something about Shamim Khan.
Yeah, Shamim Khan, the master of the domestic courses, has suddenly picked up 4 shots after the turn over a space of 3 holes, and he's suddenly up to minus 12, and he's the one who dropped 2 shots over the first 4 holes. And then just look at his recovery. He had a birdie on the 6th, then 3 pars, and then birdie, eagle, birdie. So he's pretty hot, and he's making a charge. He's 3 shot off the leader, 3 shots, but then he has company at minus 12. Quite a few people there, and then 3 people on minus 13, 1 on minus 14, and Sachin Baisoya, by virtue of finding a birdie on the 11th, that is second in succession, has joined Rahul Ganji in the lead. So for the first time on the final day, we have 2 leaders, and Rahul, of course, now feeling the heat, because suddenly Sachin, who had series of pars, a six to be precise, found a birdie on the 7th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. So you can see that suddenly he has made his charge, and now Rahul Gangji is forced to do something. He cannot just wait and play percentage game. So that adds to the excitement. So just fasten your seatbelts and just enjoy the ride.
Well, that's the way it should be on the final day of a very lucrative event. 1 crore up for grabs for the remaining 52, 54 in the field. And very rightly, the leader now coming under pressure. He would have obviously not preferred to have made this made the turn with just that one birdie under his belt, but birdie and bogey meant that he's made the turn level par. Sachin turning in 2 under, and then immediately after picking up 2 shots in succession. And I think they're having to wait the group up in front of them, probably taking a little longer than expected. But then again, that is bound to happen. This is the last day. There's a lot at stake. There's good prize purse. There are points to be had, and the lead group having to wait till the green in front of them is cleared. It's a par 4 10th hole.
So as our leaders group their turn, waiting for the green to get cleared, we have a very interesting swing here. N. Thangaraj, the only overseas player in contention this weekend, in serious contention, he has birdied 5 holes in succession. 3 before the turn and 2 after that. So suddenly he's jumped to the tied 4th spot. He's joined Dhruv and Akshay there at minus 13. Remember the leaders, Sachin and Rahil are on 15. So suddenly with plenty to play, Thangaraj has already finished 11 holes. And there you see on the screen.
Dhruv Sharan keeping his putt just a shade too high. You can see the level of frustration now in some of the players, particularly those who are missing. There are some who are making conversion after conversion. And just to point out, alongside or just behind Sri Lankan and Thangaraja is his countryman who's making a very late and very hot run. Here, Prabhakaran has picked up 4 shots in 3 holes on the back 9. And Rohan Dhole Patil waiting to convert his putt, which he does. And so yes, this whole thing has sparked to life. Very interesting. Now all of a sudden on the back 9 we are seeing a splash of eagles coming up. Not birdies are fine. Birdies have happened, but we have eagles coming up as well. Order of merit leader Veeralawat off the 10th tee. At the moment, 12 under par, only good enough for tied 8th and tied 9th. Rahil finally finds himself caught up. Sachin Basoya has put serious pressure. Successive birdies to start the back 9, and Rahil has to reply. Along just as we speak, Kshitij Navid Kaul continues his streak. He's picked up 2 shots in 3 holes on the back 9 and is now in a tie for 3rd place alongside Varun Park.
Come on.
Rahil tracking that drive doesn't seem to be too happy with the result.
Sit!
He's holding his club for much longer than otherwise. Has a look at his caddy, and as they leave the tee box, this leaderboard suggests the final 9 holes are going to be quite interesting because There's plenty happening up and down the leaderboard. Changes have now starting to happen very quickly. New faces popping up, some faces falling off. Shamim Khan on the move, Thangarajo on the move, Kshitij Navid Kaul on the move, Sachin Basoya finally at the top of the leaderboard alongside Rahul Ganji.
As you saw, Veer Ehlawat, who is playing in the leaders group on the final day, has made room for some very unexpected challenges, and he has now slipped to the joint 10th spot. So Sachin joining Rahil in the lead, then Kshitij joining Varun, Tangaraja joining Dhruv and Akshay in the 5th spot. So a lot of action there, and Kapil and Shamim have moved to the 8th spot, and Veer Ahlawat suddenly finding himself low down in the order, 10th overall on the leaderboard. There you see the bird's eye view of the course. This week we've had some real intense action, and the result is that with 9 holes to go for the leader group, we have 2 in the lead, two players just 1 stroke off the leaders, and then 3 players just 2 short of the lead. So plenty of action, plenty of excitement. There is intrigue, there is suspense. Things are getting too close to call, and that is exactly what a tournament finish should look like. There is no runaway leader. The scores have been in odds of 9 under twice in succession. And thereafter, yesterday was some, I mean, you could very easily say that, okay, some sanity returned to the scores there. But today also, it hasn't been a golfer's day, so to speak. People inform this week, people inform during the season. They're all here. But the course is not relenting. It's not yielding any more ground to these professionals. And that's why you see the scores of like Sachin Rahil at minus 15, followed by Kshitij Kaul, another, he's a young talent who's made a charge, finds himself just 1 shot of the leaders. So plenty of action, plenty of suspense, and it's just a matter of, say, another couple of hours that we'll see who gets the crown here. But overall, with prize money, almost luring these individuals to give off their best, and that's probably the reason you see that some of the players who've been, lurking behind have suddenly made a charge, and now Rahil cannot just take things easy in the sense that he'll have to attack the pin a little more. He'll have to make things happen. He cannot be just be satisfied with pars, because some of the contenders who have made a charge are now seriously looking for birdies. So the winning score could be lower. And just to remind our viewers, this is a 1 crore prize money event, and out of this, the winner gets a share of 15 lakhs. The second prize, that is to the runner-up, goes, that is 1 million, that is 10 lakh rupees. And third is 5,99,800, which is just under 6 lakh. And the fourth is just under 5 lakh, 4,99,800. So that's how the breakup looks like. So each stroke, imagine 1 stroke separating the winner and the runner-up, could make a difference of 5 lakhs.
Yeah, with that sort of stakes to play for Rakesh, obviously there's a certain amount of caution being exercised now by everybody. It's taking a little longer today than the round yesterday did. Obviously, people have realized that the greens are not as easy to read or to tackle as they were on the first 2 days. There's obviously also been a certain amount of wear and tear. So progress has been relatively slow today compared to what it was yesterday. And the lead group is now finally made the turn. The picture on your right, you can see Rahil, Varun Parik, and Veer Alawat assessing their various putting lines. And the picture on your left, that's the hole number 11, is the group in front of them: Dhruv Shoran, Akshay Sharma, and Rohan Dhole Patil. But as Rakesh mentioned, there's been all change actually on the top of the leaderboard. Finally, Rahil Ganji has been caught. Sachin Basoya maintaining a clean run. He's one of the few in the field who has not dropped a shot. And hard on their heels is another player who's kept a clean card. Also picked up 4 shots for the day. Kshitij Navid Kaul is tied third with Varun Parik. And Thangaraja behind the one stroke behind them, also making a charge. So there's been plenty of movement. Shamim Khan, Delhi's smooth swinging, experienced hand, lovely player to watch. Short statured man, but has a gorgeous swing. Very, very compact, very neat. He's been on the move, picked up a bird, picked up an eagle in between two birdies. That's his 4 shots he's picked up in 3 holes. The opening 3 holes of the back nine, which has brought him into top 10. It's currently shared 8th. And yes, Varun Parik just leaving, having completed his putt. Rahil yet to finish with his. And on the picture on your left, Rohan Dhole Patil coming off the edge of the green. No, there's something has disturbed him obviously, so he's backed off. And on your right, Rahil finishing off, completing his putt. Focus back on Dhole Patil with the putter. He thought he had that. He was actually walking that putt in, and at the very last moment, it just slipped past on the right. Turned to look at his caddy and as if to ask, what did we do wrong? We took our time, we stepped back twice, looked at the line, decided this was the right one, and it still wasn't the right one. Dhruv Shoran, for his part, at one time very much in play, very much in contention in the top, now slipping somewhat. That one bogey before the turn proving extremely costly for him, as the rush from behind has finally caught up and he seems to be a little swamped. He will, but of course, he still has 8 holes to 7 holes after this to go. Finally, sees a putt drop, little fist pump signals that he's happy with that. And Akshay Sharma, the busy Akshay Sharma, walking all around the hole, looking at his line from all angles, trying to see where he could trip, where he could or find a smooth line, the right line, the right pace. And successfully so. That wait was worth the effort. He fist bumps his caddy, saying that, look, buddy, we did a good job. Waited on that one. And finally you can see there's a crowd building up behind the lead group. It's nice to see. Just wish there were more spectators turning out to watch action here.
And as we see this ball finding the cup, like this one here. We have an update for you from the leaderboard. Rahil Gangji has regained his one shot lead. And remember, he started the day with a one shot lead after finding a birdie just after the turn. On the 10th, he has done what most of those people who have already taken a turn and they've already finished their 10th or 11th. He also finds himself being gifted a birdie there, because there seems to be a gift of birdies right through. I mean, not if you just look at the top about 13 players on the leaderboard, the first 13 players, not one player has dropped a shot after taking a turn. So you can, this is something that we've been talking about, that Rahil this week hasn't dropped a shot on the back nine of the course. And this day is proving just that the back nine of this course has been a lot more kinder to the golfers here. And that is one of the reasons why I am looking at a score of maybe beyond minus 18, which is the best winning score on this course so far. So Rahil must be a must relieved man with Varun joining Sachin at minus 15. So you have Sachin still has company, though Rahil has nosed ahead. So plenty of action, plenty of excitement in store.
Tournament leader Rahil Kanji on the 11th tee. 16 under par, back in the lead as he was at the start of the day, leading by one. Launches the ball high, driver in hand. It's a clean shot. And he actually sent it flying past the green. He's not only driven, he's driven it past the green. That's in the bunker, the green side bunker.
So Rahil, feeling the heat there, had to do something different, and he did manage to find a birdie, which has put him back in the lead. But after the players have taken their tee shot on the 11th, this could well be a challenge for Rahil to save par on this par 4. Interestingly, on this hole, so far, we have seen, if we take the first 11 players, or rather 12 players on the leaderboard, at least I can see 8 players have found birdies or less. That means we have seen 7 birdies and 1 eagle so far, and we have the leader struggling to save par. So it'll be quite interesting to see how Rahil approaches the pin.
The leaderboard again for you. 16 under for the leader, Sachin Masoya and Varun Parekh, a shot behind. Tied for second. Kshitij Navid Kaul, Akshay Sharma, Dhruv Shivran, all for the shot behind. Thangaraj again coming out of the bunker and coming out very well.
Talking of the overseas opposition here, Thangaraja and his Sri Lankan teammate Prabhakaran are both in the top 15 at the moment.
Sachin Basoya's turn next, and a good result here. Good to see him catch Rahul Ganji at the top of the order. He's 15 under. Rahul Ganji 16 under and our tournament leader. Long curling putt, left to right, didn't break as much as he would have hoped, and he even left it a little short. Not what he would have wanted if he wants to put pressure on the leader. Tapping in for par. And Angad Chima, the one big sufferer on the back nine, Rakesh, you made a point about almost everybody getting birdies on the 10th hole. He's the one man who got a double bogey. So, which actually has completely taken him out of contention. He has fallen well down the order, out of the race completely. And though he has had two birdies subsequently to come back somewhat, but he's with everybody, so many people now picking up shots on the back nine. He'll need to dig much deeper. 10 under par with the leader on 16 under, was he's even a chance of a top 10 is very difficult. Well, he was in one of the first final three flights, which meant he was just touching distance of the leader when the day started, and he's now so far behind that even with the recovery that he's putting in, he's now in a share of 16th place. He would be disappointed because he was coming here with a win under his belt, a number of good results, several top fives, top tens, consistent season he's had. And playing on home turf, so to say, he would have wanted a much better display than this. Thangaraja on the move, his countryman Prabhakaran also on the move. Prabhakaran, after that flurry of picked up shots, has leveled off par. Prabhakaran, nice little tap and finish there. Confident. I think the back nine, by and large, I think the greens are a little better behaved than the front nine. They're giving players more scoring opportunities. And here we have the event leader who's driven the green and not making the best second shot, but he still has a chance to take a par away from here. So, damage limitation, I think, is the name of the game as far as Rahul Ganji is concerned.
It will take a tremendous save from
It was a
Rahul from where he finds himself.
Difficult lie when he was playing, and he had to play it from his right foot. His lead foot was awkwardly placed outside the bunker. Didn't have much space. So, I mean, given the difficulty of the shot, I suppose this is the best possible result. Varun Parekh coming up the hill. Still leaves it short. But he will have a chance to convert for birdie. This is the closing stretch of the 1 crore rupee Haryana Open 2024 at Panchkula Golf Club. There seems to be some trouble there. Veer trying to figure out, maybe his ball plugged when he went to the bunker. I think he had called for clarification on what he can and what he can't do with that lie. Still hasn't probably sorted out that, but now focusing on what he needs to do. to get onto the green. It's always the danger when you pull out the big stick, Rakesh, when you get the driver out of your bag. Unless you're having a really good day, you can stray, as we've seen often. Rahil driving the green and driving over it, finding himself in strife on the green side bunker beyond. I mean, that's quite rare. And Veer on the left side bunker, again, seems to be close to the edge of the bunkers, which is why he's taken so long to decide on what to do. Staying low with that shot, popping the ball out. But again, looked like a very difficult lie. Didn't have too much space to control the ball, had to go for this kind of a low shot, which inevitably just kind of raced on across the green. Rahil and we both driver trouble, finding themselves in difficulty on the bunkers. Varun Parekh on the green still left his putt short. So what, sometimes golf defies logic. There is, you just don't get it. I mean, three very different shots, but almost everybody's more or less the same, except Veer, of course, is having to now chip back on with his third shot, which could see him slip back again. Now he's, how much of a loft he'll put on this, it has to be the softest of shots to make sure he doesn't overrun the pin too much, because it's, the flag is today with the rear edge come through nice and high. Ball just trickling past the hole. Wouldn't mind that too much. Plenty of action on this 11th hole, a short par 4. Varun Parekh finds himself on the green. Rahil Ganji overhitting green side bunker beyond. Veer Alawat on the green side bunker to the left. And with 3 different results so far. Rahil from the edge of the green opted for the putter. Came out from a very difficult position in the green side bunker. Made the best of a bad job. Terrific putt. Sadly, not a terrific result. He had almost had everything right about that except the result. In second now, Varun Parekh shared second alongside Sachin Basoya. Varun looking to finish off on the 11th. Confident looking putt. Drops it straight in. And Veer will probably end up dropping a shot here. All done and dusted, 11 holes complete. This is the final group of the 1 crore rupee Haryana Open.
The narrowest of misses there, and here he sinks it. So a lot of heartbreaking scenes that we see here, because people have been working pretty hard. They're trying to recover, trying to save pars, trying to attack the pin in search of birdies, but The greens seem to be unyielding. There's been pretty harsh on some of these hardcore pros, and that is what has, I think, brought in a lot of interest and intrigue, because you can never be too sure whether a putt is going really in or not, because players are now surrounded by self-doubt. They don't know with how much firmness to hit a putt, whether they will still like to overrun the pin, or they want to just keep it right. And a lot of times we have seen, when the length is right, it is a measured, very firmly hit, or with the right amount of heat behind it, but it has just stopped around the lip of the cup. So a lot of interest, and I think what we have just seen is Varun getting that birdie on the last hole has made him. There is confirmation that he has joined Rahil in the lead at minus 16. So again, Rahil has company at the top. He managed to save par with and of course he was struggling with his opening shot, and then the bunker shot which he had to take, which left him just off the green, just about managed to save. So leader feeling the heat. So you have two leaders with 7 to play.
But all said and done, Rakesh, I think Rahil would walk away from that feeling, with a lot of confidence, because that was a nasty second shot he had to play from that bunker with, literally no space to swing his club. Tied third now, Akshay Sharma on the 13th tee. This is one of the first par 3 on the back nine. And he could just have made things a lot worse for himself, but luckily the ball stops on the edge of the bunker, onto the left green side bunker. And now it's the turn of Rohan Dhole Patel, who really has not threatened at all during the day. Given where he was, this is the penultimate group virtually, and he never really picked up any momentum or at all at least through the front nine. He's more or less where he was at the start. So many people around him making moves, but he would be disappointed. But so it happened with him earlier in the Chennai Open as well, and a couple of other places. Did really well in the middle of the tournament, but on the final day, but as if to make up for that, he has the ball dancing around the flagstick over there. Beautiful little tee shot on the par 3, 13th. Prabhakaran again. Thangaraja, I beg your pardon, again needing to come out, dig himself out. And that's three great bunker shots he's played in a row. Rakesh, I mean, it's really, real exhibition of skill there. Almost the exact distance that he needed to go. Getting the ball so neatly out. Minimum fuss. So that's 3 in a row that he's popped the ball out and, brought it to a distance where he can very comfortably convert.
It's quite an amazing skill to have, and he's doing it hole after hole. For most of the pros, they'd rather avoid a greenside bunker. But here is a man who almost goes for it and then produces a beauty.
Yeah, there are many players who like playing out of the sand, and there are many who just hate it. Angad not having the best day would have been in contention. I would have thought he would be in contention, but has fallen so far off the pace. And looking to make amends with as much of damage control as he can bring about. 14th hole, par 4, sending his putt on the way. Again, just not picking the right line or the pace. It shows here's a man who plays his golf in the Chandigarh Tri-City area and seems completely at sea on what he needs to be doing on these surfaces he obviously played a fair amount of his golf on in the past. Two-way tie now for third place, Sachin Basoya and Akshay Sharma. Sachin Basoya, they both just a shot behind the joint leaders, Varun Parekh and Rahul Gangji. Where was Gangji 1, Parekh 2 when we started the day? It's now Parekh 1, Gangji 1. And putt on the way just runs, skates away at the very last minute, runs off to the right. More exasperation, more frustration. What do I need to do? It was a good chance for Sachin Vasaya to have put some pressure on the leaders. Body putt. And he will feel that he has kind of missed out on a chance here. For players now taking the time with each putt, knowing that this is the closing stage of the event, final 6, 7, 8 holes to go. And nobody wants to be, making errors at this point in time. And this is where literally, like you said earlier, given the sort of prize money and the prize purse at stake, every stroke can, increase or decrease your final price check by a few thousand rupees or maybe even more. So, plenty of time being taken. No one wants to be in. Akshay Sharma there. He's fortunate to have not sent his ball into the bunker of the tee. The par 3, 13th hole. Birdie putt, long birdie putt for the Chandigarh player. Making a good go of it. We'll walk away with a par on that. And in front of them on the 14th hole, Thangaraja having displayed some real skill out of the sand yet again for the third time in 4 holes. Looking to make the most out of that lovely retrieve from the bunker. Plenty of green action as we can see. Thangaraja, nice little tap in. Dole Patil on your left. Certainly be hoping to do the same. Has the ball on the way. But as has happened so often for him today, just a little bit. He's literally been inches away from getting a better score, Rakesh. If you count the number of near misses for him, it will not even add up to more than 2 or 3 feet, given the number of near putts that he has left standing.
True. Yesterday, all day for the first 17 holes, he didn't put one foot wrong. He signed off with a bogey, and thereafter, I think his game hasn't been the same because though he started with a birdie, in the morning today, but immediately after that, he had 2 bogeys on the trot. He picked up a shot to take the turn on, at even par, and thereafter it has been par, and just one more par. So he hasn't been able to break free from pars. He needs to make things happen because he has the game. He's been a little sedate, obviously, after dropping 2 shots in succession. We saw him steady himself with 2 pars. Was lucky to get a birdie, then again 2 pars, or rather 3 pars, 1 after the turn. And of course, he's been struggling a bit there. So. So, plenty of action is awaited, a lot of close calls, and we have two leaders at this point, and there's a lot of similarity between Varun and Rahil on this day. They started with pars on the first three holes. They both had bogeys on the eighth. They both had birdies on the 10th. They both took turn at par, and now they find themselves at minus 16 for the tournament, one shot ahead of a three-man pack involving Sachin, Dhruv, and Akshay. So one stroke separating the top five players, and that, I mean, one can really expect anyone from the top five, or maybe Kshitij, who has been on a roll, because Kshitij hasn't dropped a shot all day, and he's got four birdies to show. And so, who's now heading a three-way tie for the third spot. He's also had four birdies and all pars, but he has played 14 holes. And there you see another greenside action now. So this kind of a scenario promises plenty of excitement as we go into the final run, or call it the home run, for this exciting tournament.
Yeah, it's bunched up very nicely. It's just literally two shots separating the top six. So this is what you want to see at the end of the day in a championship. You know, there's a real contest going on for top honors. And credit to all the youngsters. They've Varun Parekh is Sachin, Kshitij Navid call. Tremendous temperament they've shown in hanging in there, taking on the more experienced players around them. Some of whom have actually cracked under the pressure and sort of made uncorrected and unusual errors. The youngsters holding their nerve, and now we have Mysore's Yashash Chandra also making a run. Three birdies on the back nine to go with the three birdies he had picked up on the front nine, so he's 5 under overall for the day and up into the top 10, sharing seventh place with Tangaraj and our Tata Steel PGTI ranking leader Veer Alawat. He also seems to have lifted a little bit from about an hour ago, much clearer now, and into the final seven holes of the tournament. And the pressure is just going to keep piling as we go closer and closer to the finish line. The greens have been really the devil, particularly on the front nine. You've seen so many drop shots. Back nine relatively easier scoring conditions. Yeah, one more ball popping in. Kshitij looking quite pleased with that result of his putt, the mid-range putt. Went at it hard, hit the back of the cup and popped in. There seems to be one way to tackle the greens over here, that is to go hard at them and hope for the best.
And here is an update from the leaderboard there. Rahil has done it again. He has found a birdie on the par 5 12th. As we have been saying that he's been quite hopeful on the par 5s this week. And he finds another one there to take a one-shot lead. In a way, he has regained the lead that he started the day with. So, as we look at the leaderboard, it is Rahil one, Varun Parekh second, Sachin and Dhruv sharing the third spot with Akshay Sharma.
Some cleaning up going on over there. clearer skies now. Smattering of spectators also out on the course following the action. Penultimate group on hole 14. Dhruv Sharan up in front, his bright pink t-shirt. Akshay Sharma just behind him. And Rohan Dhole Patil bringing up the rear. And usually for this course, this is one of the few fairways that curves. Most of the others have been remarkable, fairly straightforward tee to green efforts. This one swinging a little bit from left to right, from off the tee box, the 14th hole, so par 4. Akshay Sharma closest to camera, heading for his ball. Dhole Patil strolling up to the green, obviously hasn't been a bad. And tense battle definitely in progress at the top. Rahil Ganji not taking a step back, nor is Varun Parekh. They're matching each other shot for shot. They're swinging away. 17 under now. Rahil Ganji in the lead. 16 under is his closest chaser, as it was unchanged from the morning. This is exactly how they set out on the first hole of the final day, the closing 18 holes of the 1 crore rupee Haryana Open 2024 at the Panchkula Golf Club. And situation unchanged. Behind them, there's been up and down. Names have changed, numbers have changed, but the top two have been slugging it out right from the very beginning. Still the same. It's one separated by a shot in playing alongside each other, and the final 6 holes to go. Rahul Ganji leading 16 under par. Beg your pardon, 17 under par. Varun Parekh hot on his heels, 16 under par. You can see in the picture on your right, Varun Parekh, long putt, slides past. He wouldn't mind that too much given the distance. He's happy to walk away with a reasonably decent leg. But Veera Lawat in the background, Rahul Ganji on his haunches, lining up his putt.
It's really interesting to find how these professionals have dealt with with holes starting from the 10th, the back nine, and that to the early part of the back nine. I mean, hole number 10, 11, and 12. These three, they all have all. It's almost that it appears that these players are celebrating that kind of a relief after the turn. That okay, the tough front nine is out of the way, and then they virtually celebrate with birdies, and that is exactly what we have seen. If you look at holes 10, 11, and 12, the top, should I say, the top 6 players so far on the leaderboard, they all have picked up at least 2 birdies from the first 3 holes on the back nine. So that shows their strike rate. It is almost 66% of birdies coming in there.
Well, action continues in front of you. Uh, you have a split screen, the lead group on the right, and the penultimate group on the left. Rahul Ganji going for his putt on the right side, and on the left we have Dhruv Sharan and Akshay Sharma lining up their various putts. Smart conversion there from Rahul. Picture on your right, you still have Varun Parekh lining up his putt. On your left, picture on your left, Dhruv Sharan standing over the ball, flat stick in hand. That will be a boost. That 4 or 5 foot conversions are starting to happen, which were missing for so many players in the front half. Back nine generally being a little kinder to the entire field than the front, which was uneven surfaces, ball bobbling left, right, pulling up short, running on further than expected, and some trouble here for in the rough. 14th hole, Dhole Patil, not sure what, so a slightly feathery sort of grass that he finds and ball below his feet. Will want to stick this as close to the pin as possible with his approach. Taking his time over the assessment, judging exactly what he needs to do. Cut the feet off under the ball as he went at it. He had to pop it over the bunker and not stay too short. Lovely soft hands, very skillful bit of golf. And he keeps himself very much in the fray.
There you see Rohan trying to make amends for a tough day, a lot of dropped shots, trying to make some ground from where he was yesterday around this time. And it has been quite tough for him. He's been saving pars all right, but finding birdies has been a tough ask. Sachin trying to break the sequence of 3 pars. He's looking desperately for a birdie that would give him a share of the second place. Now he has lined up his putt. Let's see. That curling putt just misses the mark. You can see his desperation. He makes no secret of it. So Sachin is disappointed. There you see the gallery. There are people on a Sunday afternoon here in Panchkula. Meanwhile, Dhruv Sharon has found his third birdie over the last four holes to get a share of the second spot. So he joins Varun Parekh after finding a birdie on the 14th. So again, two players, just one shot behind leader Rahil Gangji.
Rahil lining up his approach, having regained the lead with the second birdie of the back nine on the par 5 12th hole. Angie and Parekh actually quite close to each other on that. Slightly difficult life for Rahil because the ball will be below his feet, so he's standing above the ball, so he will have to find a little bit of extra momentum to get the ball going in the direction and at the pace that he wants to. Still not decided on the club. He and Caddy Ruhi are still switching clubs. I think he's finally decided already. Picked up the one he feels is the most suitable stick for this shot. Man of vast experience has the ball on the way. Took his time to decide on which club to use and finds the green with a fair degree of comfort. Not the easiest of shots. You're standing in the rough and the ball below your feet. You have to cater for that. Make changes to cater for the extra distance your club will have to travel down to the ball. Varun Parekh in relatively more straightforward territory. He's on the left edge of the fairway. Last minute discussion with his caddy. What do you think I should do? What distance am I looking at? Now these players map out literally the course yard by yard. Plus they're now allowed to use devices only to measure distance, not more. Nothing more than that. So pretty much every shot is an exercise in precision. Varun standing on the ball, taking his time. Plays it with a bit of a cut on that. On the green, stops right in the heart of the green. So Rahil, Varun both are on.
Rahul, we've been talking about the leaders group. Of course, Rahil and Dhruv Sharon have been right up there. I mean, if you look at the leaderboard, but there's one gentleman who's part of the leaders group, Veer Ehlawat. After a very shoddy start of having dropped a shot each on the par threes of the hole, the second, and the fourth holes. But his card is. So we are back here, and so as the excitement builds up, we see Rahil with a two-stroke cushion at the top with successive birdies on 12th and 13th, and followed by Dhruv and
This
Varun.
is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Long putt from Alawat on its way, still pulls up well short. He would have wanted that ball to have gone much closer to the flag than where it eventually was. But I think he still has a birdie putt on this one because he looks like he's the one who found the green with his drive, the long hitter. Both Parik and Ganji needed approach shots each from the left side of the fairway. Ganji, in fact, coming in off the rough. And now back with a two-shot cushion and final 5 holes to go. Rahil knows with his vast years of experience that this is the time he has to be most careful. He cannot afford to relax now. He has the advantage. He has regained that two-shot cushion. But these few holes are the critical ones that he will need to be completely and fully focused on. Just first of all, making sure that he doesn't give anything away. Before, of course, if he makes gains along the way, then it's great. Varun putting first. Shared second alongside the resurgent Dhruv Shoran, the DLF golfer, putting behind some trauma in the early round. Lovely putt from Varun there, skated past the edge of the hole. Not an easy one because he had to come over a bit of a rise, then watch the ball cut from left to right. But tremendous job. That looked like it just rolled over the whole Rakesh, not past, literally hopped over, skipped
close.
over, hopped and skipped over the hole. That's such a beautiful putt that was. Great read and nice judgment on how much pace to put on the ball to get it to the top of that little hump in the middle of the green and having it running downwards. Rahil now with his birdie putt. If he makes this stick, and he will put further daylight between himself and the field. And he will know that this is time he needs his concentration to be at its best. Terrific effort. The lag putt tap in for par. Keeps his advantage at the top. And like we mentioned, Dhruv Sharan had a great start, 3 birdies to start with, 1 blip in the middle before the turn, but he's sparked his round back to life, and the DLF golfer is now back in a tie for second. Our Tata Steel PGTI rankings leader Veer Alawat also making something of a move because he had fallen away at the start of the round, two early bogeys, but picked up four shots since then to be 2 under overall and 14 under for the tournament and a share of sixth. With Kshitij Navid Kaul, whose momentum was halted momentarily by a bogey on 14, but he's regained that with birdie on 15. So a top 10, maybe even a top 5 finish very much on the cards for the young man from Delhi. Up ahead of them, Akshay Sharma of Chandigarh, Sachin Basoya, another Delhi golfer. Veer will want to keep the momentum up. He's picked up good momentum on the back nine. Makes the putt. That's a birdie, another birdie for him. So he moves to 15 under. He will go to 15 under with that. And move up alongside Sachin Basoya and Akshay Sharma, making it a three-way tie for fourth place now. Tap in for Varun. So that's business done on hole number 14. Off they go to the final 4 holes of the tournament. Rahul Gandhi still sitting on his advantage that he had at the start of the day. His closest purser was Varun Parikh of Ahmedabad, who has now been joined by DLF's Dhruv Shevran. And here we see Rohan Dhole Patil not again having the best of days. He has really struggled, Rakesh, to sort of stay with the leaders, has just fallen off the pace quite significantly.
There we saw Veer. See, the best part about Veer's card is, I mean, best and the most unusual part is that he has covered the front nine by getting four. I mean, needing 4 strokes in each of the first 9 holes. How often do you see that happening? Whether it's a par three, he covered par threes with 4 strokes. That means he dropped a shot each. He covered the 2 par 5s with the 4 strokes each. So there he like made amends, and then he obviously parred the par fours. So very unusual card to see four on every single hole of the front nine.
There's always something for the statistician if you really want to look at numbers, and there's always something to come up with and say, wow, look at this, this is unusual, this is weird, this is freaky. So yeah, a sequence of 9 4s also is something to remember. Though I'm not sure whether he'll be very happy remembering, particularly if you drop shots on par threes, for a long hitter like him and somebody who's as good as he is. That's not a happy stat, I'm sure. He will probably want to forget this sequence of fours, particularly on the par threes. Our event leader Rahul Ganji is off taking a walk through the shade. He's trying to stay out of the sun, I guess. Last 4 holes to go for the tournament. Closing in on what should be and could be a well-merited win. He's come close repeatedly on domestic circuit. Had to go overseas to return to winning ways. And yet another agonizingly short putt. Dhruv Shevran not able to finish from 3 feet. I'm sure one would not want to know what was in his mind at that point in time, just having missed from that range. Long putt coming up now. Actually, a fair amount of undulation to deal with. taking his time over the putt on getting a read. Caddy also adding his suggestions to what he thinks should be done, the right line, for removing the flag. Dhole Patil ready to go. Firm stroke, confident looking putt, but again, there was so much to deal with on the line that he found himself on after coming out of the rough. That was just a little too much. Akshay Sharma now will be the next to putt. After this group will go into its final 3 holes. This is the penultimate flight. Behind them, the leader group of Veer Alawat, Varun Parik, and Rahil Ganji. Championship leader Rahil Ganji. Joint second place, Varun Parik will be the final group. They have 4 holes to play. This group, after this one, will have 3. The 15th hole. This is the last of the par 5s at the Panchkula Golf Club. And opportunities for everybody to actually pick up shots, but how many have actually done so? And Akshay sees his putt slide past as well on the low side. Tapping the surface on his way to the ball, wondering where he went off, what he did wrong. But by and large, we've seen that the back nine has treated the green on the back nines have treated the golfers better than the ones on the front nine, because the damage there has been significant. Many have spent the back nine recovering from all the scars inflicted by the front nine. And this event is finally looking like it's shaking itself out into a finish that has more or less clearly identified top 5, top 6 who will win the running for final honors. Yet another close range miss, this time by Akshay Sharma, looking at his caddy and asking, क्या हुआ? ये क्यों नहीं गिरा? Unfortunately, there are not too many answers to be found. अब बारी रोहन धोले पाटिल की अपना पट पूरा करने के लिए. प्लेयर्स परेशान. अक्षय शर्मा ने अपनी टोपी उतारी, सर खुजला, सोचा मैं और क्या करूं बॉल को गिराने के लिए. रोहन ने अपनी पट पूरी करी और आगे बढ़ते हैं. इनके इसके बाद आखिर के 3 होल बाकी, 16, 17 और 18. ये था पंचकुला गोल्फ क्लब का चौथा और आखिर हुआ पार 5 लंबा होल जो पूरा हुआ. और ये गेंद गिर के दाएं की तरफ भागती हुई ग्रीन पर पहुंची थी ठीक ठाक, लेकिन वहां से उतर गई दाएं को. 17 नंबर जो है पार 3. इसके बाद इस ग्रुप के लिए थंगराज अभी बॉल मारेंगे आपके सामने. अच्छा भला चल रहे थे, लेकिन बीच में 16 नंबर पे उन्होंने एक बोगी दे दी. एक शॉट गवा चुके हैं. अब अच्छी गति पकड़ी थी उन्होंने, बट ही हैज काइंड ऑफ लॉस्ट पेस विद दैट बोगी. Launching this ball high, looks once again to be to the right, and it is All three tee shots ending up on the right side of the green, a flag tucked away. On the left side, Thanga off the green to far to the right, and the other two closer to the pin. Anga then Sachin Basoya. Sachin, in fact, now in sole possession of fourth place on 15 under par, just behind Dhruv Sheeran and Varun Parikh, who share second on 16 under par, and our championship leader, Rahul Gangji of Bangalore, 18 under par, and he has 4 holes. He and his group have 4 holes to play. Kshitij Navid Kaul had some good momentum heading into the going midway through the back nine. Stuttered a bit with a drop shot on the 14th, but has got one back immediately from the par 5 15th hole, which sees him into the top 5, share of top 5 alongside Akshay, Chandigarh's Akshay, who just dropped a shot in front of us. And Tata Steel PGTI rankings leader Veer Alawat. Immediately behind them on 14 under. And the PGTI has, through the year, has had the support, Rakesh, of the sponsors, Tata Steel, of course, being the tour sponsors. Then you have Nissan, Bisleri, Rolex, Amritanjan, who have been, pillars of support for the tour, which has completed 15 events. This is the 16th, and we still have a few to go.
Well, World Sports
a lot of them are playing their first feeder tour tournament.
So course etiquette, you have to be respectful of the other people also that are playing the golf course. This is a 6-iron, guys. I'm just going to hit a smooth one for you. And you can see all 4 knuckles. What is this grip? It's a strong grip.
All of you need to know what it takes to be a champion golfer, right?
Okay, with straight knees, you just bend your knees a little bit, and then you flex from your hips, and then you let your hands fall down. That's how far you should stand away from the ball. Yeah. Now I stand at the ball, and now I'm in a very athletic posture to hit the ball. If this shot means that I need to hit it center green, okay, what do I need to do to hit it center green? Okay, I have 100 yards to the center of the green. Which club goes 100 yards? Pitching wedge? Fine. I'm going to take my pitching wedge and hit it 100 yards to the center of the green.
Penultimate hole for this group. Been a long day for them already, and they will want to see these through as quickly as possible. Get off the course and have a refreshing shot of Amritanjan Electro Plus, Rakesh.
Absolutely, and
It's been a tiring day.
thanks to these sponsors, of course, worldwide, all the events that you see, the majors in in golf and the slams in tennis, just name it, all the Grand Prix around the world, they all owe it to the sponsors. And that is how world sport is surviving. And it cannot be acknowledged enough.
Sachin Basoya looking to join the group in front of him in tight second, running his ball just a shade high past the pin. He knew it almost as soon as he'd hit it, and he was kind of backing away from the putt. One was obviously still hoping against hope that it would get closer than it did. That unfortunately did not happen. Thanga, with his putt in turn,
Rahul, how often have you seen two overseas contenders finishing in the top 10 of a domestic tournament from the same country?
on the PGTI,
Yeah.
not very often, I have to say. Yeah.
Today, that seems a possibility, a very distinct possibility.
It happened a few times last season. I think a couple of the Bangladesh boys did really well. Jamal Hussain and Badal Hussain were
And
at
Siddiq
time.
Ulran, yeah.
Siddiq was not playing last year. I'm talking about last year.
Last year itself.
The two of them had a couple of good runs. One in Chandigarh, in fact, at the Chandigarh Open. Yeah, a couple of times it did happen, but it's not very frequent, because you see the quality of our players itself is so good that it very rarely leaves opportunities for the overseas contingent to really make a mark. Happens once in a while. You have had people from Sri Lanka, and we've had from Bangladesh who have won, but a disappointing day coming to. I don't think Angat Chima can finish this last day too quickly. He's seen his challenge fall apart completely from where he could have been pushing for the top 2, 3, 4, 5. He is now scrapping it in the 20s, 9 under for the tournament, and just I think sums up his day. Almost, but not there.
Yeah. And Angad, of course, we expected him to fare a lot better, but then his two successive birdies offset the lone double bogey, and then one birdie on either side of the turn has resulted in him being 2 over at the moment. So it's been a tough day for him, a tough final day. Someone who shot a 65 on day 2 as his best round of the tournament, uh, and flanked by 69 on day 1 and 71 on day 3. So it's quite tough on him, but then golf has been such.
The 4 under seems to be the sort of benchmark for the day, Rakesh. No one has really, I don't think, really done significantly better than that. Pretty much everyone was either finishing or finished is got reached that 4 under mark for the day, not overall, for the day, and kind of finished at that point, at that mark. So one of those who have finished at 4 under is Amardeep Malik of Noida Golf Course, a winner last year, of course, on his home course, Noida NGC. 5 birdies and a bogey for a 4 under round, and an aggregate of 8 under. He had 2 bad rounds in the middle, but ending on a strong note, so he will feel happy. At the top, Rahil Gangji still 2 ahead of the chasers. Varun Parekh, who was sole second behind him at the start of the day, now joined by Dhruv Shivran. Rahil just completing his putt on the 15th hole. Final 3 holes to go. Veer Alawat, our order of merit leader, once again taking his time over the putt. I honestly thought Veer would challenge a little more strongly than he did, but maybe those 2 bogeys in his first 4 holes were something of a setback, which he has fought hard to recover from. I mean, but against a leader and top 2 or 3 who are not giving anything away. Rahil has dropped 1 shot, Varun has dropped 2 shots, but he has made up again. Dhruv Sharan has dropped just one shot. So Veer has not really found the pace, but here he is battling to stay relevant. He will almost certainly finish in the top 10, and his position in the order of merit is pretty secure. So he will almost certainly head for Europe next year. Having, if he can, on the basis of his qualifying card to the DP World Tour. Joint second, Varun Parekh of Ahmedabad, cleaning up on 15. Short little tap in. That's 15 done. Into the final three holes of the championship for this young man from Ahmedabad, who's been a one-time winner on the PGT Tour 2022, winner of the GT Grand Thornton Kapil Dev Championship at the DLF Golf and Country Club. Finishing rights for the event. A little tap in to finish on the 18th. And I'm sure the sigh of relief. All right, we're done. Let's get off. Let's go and have a. And finally, after 5 or 6 days, Rakesh, they will leave the ground. They will leave the fairway. They'll leave the final tee, not going back to either the putting green or to the range to practice for tomorrow. And finally, it's done. They're done for the championship.
Thereafter, I think all eyes will be on the JK Open, which is up next on the list. Meanwhile, the only player in the top 10 who was yet to drop a shot, and he had almost a flawless run after 5 successive pars, Sachin Bayosoya finally dropped a shot on the par 317s to slip to the 4th spot. He was holding on to that the spot independently. I mean, the 4th spot belonged to him, or rather the tide. He was holding on to that 4th position initially at minus 15. Now he slipped to minus 14, joined and he joins Kshitij and Akshay. There you see some of the highlights, the hits and the misses. There you see how confident he was that it was going in, and then was left to face reality. How often have we seen some of the putts from under 5 feet, or even say around not exceeding 6 feet, and you see the clench of the fist? So that reflects how desperate these players have become over the last 4 days. Another frustrating moment for the leader. There, Rahil missing from the edge of the green. So back to some live action.
The final par 3 of the championship for this group, Rakesh.
Yes.
Dhruv Sharan joined second, now sole second, because Varun he has picked up a shot on 16. Now has sole position of second place. Seems to have firmly put behind the blip at the end of the front nine where he dropped a shot after 3 birdies. Has picked up 4 shots since then, and he has now closed into within 1 of our leader. Rohan Patil lines up his tee shot. Par 3, 17th. Goes straight for the flag. And the one reason why people were going a bit to the right over here, Rakesh, is I think there's a bunker on the left, immediately to the left of the flag, which to avoid which I think a lot of the previous group that we saw, everybody hit the ball well to the right to stay out of that. But Dhole Patil obviously throwing caution to the wind. He has nothing to lose now. So he went straight for the flag and has given himself a good birdie chance.
Rahul, you spoke about Dhruv moving to the sole second spot. Uh, and the only blip on his card on this day has been the birdie on the fourth, on the par 4 ninth. Interestingly, this is the only bogey for him on the front line this week. On the front nine, he hasn't dropped a shot. Every day he had a bogey-free run, and that was the last hole for him for the tournament, which he actually couldn't maintain that safe. I mean, he couldn't be in the safe zone and dropped that shot, and that has been the only blip. Otherwise, he's got 7 birdies to show after finishing the 16th. So that is some splendid run there.
I mean, he has the card of the day so far, 6 under for, and with 2 holes to go, he could even pick up another shot.
Yes.
And put even more pressure on Rahil ahead of him. He is, in fact, he and Sunit Bishnoi have the best cards in 6 under for Dhruv, and Sunit has finished with 5 under. Both, by the way, products of the DLF Academy, doing a great job churning out a whole rank and file of champions, as is Bangalore, as is Chandigarh, who have now become the new power centers of Indian golf, unlike Delhi and Calcutta, which was the story once upon a time. No longer so. Many other contenders now producing champions. Men's game, women's game, it's all spreading very nicely. Even the women's professional game in India has taken deep roots, started in very, very small numbers some years ago, and today you have fields of 40 and 50, which is unheard of. I mean, when we started writing on women's golf, you will remember
Hardly any,
5, 6, 7, 8 women in the field. Today it's 40, 45, reaching 50 on occasion.
True. And they are playing for big money these days.
Playing for increasingly
week
bigger
after
money,
week, you
yes.
have.
I mean, look at the PGTA. You have.
If you remember the PGAI tour earlier, where the richest prize money tournament used to be 27 lakh, which is the SAIL PGA, which used to
That's right.
take place at the Army Golf Club, which Uttam Singh Munti, the
current
the
CEO of
CEO of the PGTI, he has won that event twice, and on both occasions he got a Honda car, and that used to be such a big catch. I mean, people used to say, "My God, what a prize to take home!" And of course, those days. I mean, I'm talking about the early '90s now.
That's right.
Of course, it's more than 3 decades back. And you spoke about the domestic tour for the ladies. Yeah. Of course, we used to have the Northern India at the DGC with the Shriram Group playing a huge role, talking about the sponsors, which we were, like talking about a little while ago. And from those days, they have come a long way.
Yes. Back to the action in front of us. Dhruv taking relief from either a sprinkler head or maybe that the support structure for plants behind him. He gets some sort of. He's opted for the putter. Done a remarkable job. I mean, particularly in the back nine, the sort of consistency he's shown. Excellent little effort there. Just the ball bobbling away, distance, great direction, just a tiny bit off. But he will tap in for a par, stay second. And on your right, the group ahead of them on their final hole. Thangaraja Chima and Sachin Basoya on their closing hole of this 1 crore Haryana Open 2024, 16th event on the Tata Steel PGTI schedule. A handful of tournaments to go now in the late part of the 2024 season. And Sachin Basoya, they're finishing off, takes off his cap. He's done for the championship. Now he can only wait and see what happens in front of him. Dhruv Sharan, we just saw pick up a par. They're on 17. So he has one last chance to put some pressure on Rahil.
You're talking about Dhruv and Rahil.
Oh, that's a lovely putt
Rahul?
there. On
Yeah.
long
Yeah. Oh
putt,
my God, that
black
was
putt.
quite close. Just didn't have enough heat on it. Probably it would have.
Akshay, again, almost the same line on the, if you look to a picture on your left, almost the same line as Dhruv, almost the same result as well, just inches away from the cup. And Angad Chima looking to finish things off at least with some cheer. If he had, that was a great effort from distance by him. Looking to finish things off on virtually what is home territory with something to take away from this hole. His final 72nd and final hole for him. Winner last time out at Visakhapatnam, the Vizag Open. And disappointing outing for him overall over here. But he finishes off well. That at least will bring a smile to his face after all the up and down he's seen through the day. Handshakes all around. Thank you very much. Well done. Well played. We're done over here. And off to Jammu for the J&K Open. Jammu Tawi is another long course laid out along the river.
Okay.
It should be a completely different test from this one. This is more parkland, and that was narrower. It's got lots more rocks and tests the accuracy a lot more. So it's going to be a very interesting and a different challenge completely from what we have just seen at the Haryana Open. Tapping finish for local boy Akshay Sharma, and he will walk to the 18th knowing that he had his chances as well on the day. But 3 bogeys on a day where people are not willing to give an inch. In fact, if you look at the top 3, they've just given away 2 and 2, 4 shots between the 3 of them. Dropping 1, Dhruv dropping 1, and Varun Parikh, who now finds himself sole third, 1 behind.
Yeah, Rahul, if you look at the top 2, Rahil and Dhruv, look at what they've done on the back 9 today. They have, between them, 7 birdies and just 6 pars, and they haven't dropped a shot.
And they're not done yet.
Neat, yeah.
And they're not done yet. So
Yes.
let's not forget there's still 3. Between the 2 of them, they still have four holes to go.
Yeah, so far they haven't dropped a shot. They've only dealt with pars and birdies, where the birdies outnumber the pars.
Yes. Yeah, it's been an interesting day. I'm pretty much in contrast to yesterday, where there was a lot of frustration on from the players, particularly on the greens. Today, the back 9 has been a little kinder to the field. We have seen more gains than losses, as against yesterday, where nobody made much of a move. The needle shifted by just 2. Today at the bar has moved significantly. as you very correctly predicted, Rakesh, we are heading towards that 18, and we actually reached the 18 under point, and our leader still has 2-3 holes to go. So that's where or whereabouts we will finish. Currently, as it stands, Rahul Ganji leading with 18 under par by 1 from Dhruv Shevran of DLF. Varun Parekh of Ahmedabad is on third. 16 under. Sachin Basoya has just finished in front of us. Tournament aggregate of 274. Fair amount of up and down through the day. We had people making a run at the top. Akshay came close. Sachin Basoya actually shared it for a while. So did Varun Parekh. But the young warrior has held his own so far, beaten off all challenges, refused to crack under pressure. And picked up a shot just when he most needed it. Rahul Ganji, 46 years old, 24-year career as a professional, two-time winner on the ADT this year, been close already on the domestic, so waiting for his first win for this season. And he is now 3 holes away from achieving that. 2 holes, I beg your pardon. The lead group has now reached the 17th hole.
17th, yeah.
You see Varun Parekh walking up to join Rahul and Veer Alawat on the tee box.
Yeah, there hasn't been much change. Rahil got his third successive par to maintain his lead at 18 under. Dhruv, who has finished 17, is one shot behind at 17. Varun holding on to the third position. Remember, he started the day in the second spot. He has 2 more to go, like Rahil and Veer. He's 2 shots behind the leader. And then there is a pack of 3 players, Sachin, Akshay, and Veer, who are there at minus 14. So Veer, if he can pick up a shot, will have the sole position of the 4th spot. If he can pick up 2, then he gets to share, or either he'll be able to match Varun Parekh's current score of minus 16. So a lot of action still left, though only 2 holes to go for the leader group. Plenty can change there.
Well, 2 of them have blasted off. Alawat waiting his turn to tee off. Rahul and Varun are underway, 17th hole. The final par 3, for many a scoring opportunity. For some, we've seen a few bogeys on shots dropped on this hole. In fact, a large number of them, even top 10, we have 3-4 players who have dropped shots here. Veer goes high and goes long, searching for the pin, and he's made a good go at it. Again, he's in the position where he has nothing left to lose. I mean, he wants to force the issue. He has to attack, and which he has done. I mean, it's a terrific tee shot. Varun is up next, I think, final. He knows now that if he wants to put pressure on Dhruv Shevran and Rahul Ganji ahead of him, he also has to take the initiative. He can't play safe. Taking his time over the ball, Varun Parekh, second place overnight, now in third. Sole position of third place on 16 under par, 1 behind. There he is. He has also gone flag hunting, not too far away. Both he and Veer are sitting on birdie putts on this hole, the penultimate hole for their championship.
Varun, I expect Rahul to go, he'll go full throttle because he has a two-stroke cushion behind those who have already finished. So chances are that,
Second place, Dhruv Sharan now with his second shot on the 18th hole. And this is his last chance to put pressure on Rahil. Because at the moment, the man from Bangalore is sitting on a one-shot advantage, sends the ball high. But would be a little disappointed with that because this was a par 4 closing hole and only a birdie would have. Maybe he can still do it, but not many have done converted long putts over here on this course, on the Panchkula golf course. Spectators joining the fun, watching some good golf, high quality golf on display in front of them. It seems to be a nice and sunny afternoon. Dhole Patil with his approach on the final hole, 72nd and final hole for him. Man from Pune Golf Course. Has done now on this hole, Rakesh, what I suspect he would have loved to have done through the day.
yeah,
Unfortunately, he's left it a little too late, given from where he is long way behind. But this just gives you an idea of the quality of his play. He can, when he wants to, he's Rahil. You see Rahil taking relief once again. That seems to be a very popular spot for relief because that frame behind them that I think might interfere with the swing. That frame that protects the plants. I think that's, or maybe it's a sprinkler head that is in the area. So free relief for him. He will look for a place where he can put the ball down and have a best possible shot at the flag from there. Under the new rules, you can drop it from knee high. You don't have to, not like the old days, stand up straight and drop. You can go down to knee height and then drop the ball. But Rahil still looking for the best possible spot where the ball will not roll away too much. Though, given the new rules, a lot of things have changed and been made simplified a lot. So he asks Rohit to get the cart out of the way, has found the place where the ball landed most frequently, which will be his starting point for the next shot on relief. Varun putting first. Sole third place now for him on 16 under par. That's a great looking putt. And he's pulled himself back into a share of second for the moment, unless, of course, Dhruv on the 18th hole does something extraordinary with that putt, which he unfortunately tugged to the left of the green. This was a lovely little touch. And very rightfully, he celebrated that and deserved it because he found the perfect line, found the perfect pace, despite which the ball actually spun around the cup before falling in. This shows you how two-paced these greens have been through the week, especially the last 2 days.
so there you have the leader.
Not happy. He would have wanted better from that.
That's true.
It's kind of not a bad result, of course, but he would have still wanted more out of that stroke than he actually got.
He's left himself a little longer putt than what he would have loved.
And sometimes these are the worst putts. There's 2 and 3 and 3.5 feet putts, as we've seen in the last day and a half.
Now this course has proved that.
So
At regular intervals.
sometimes can be a little nervous, these putts.
And with two players breathing down his neck by the narrowest of margins, so a lot can happen.
Very true. Which is why you have to give credit to Varun Parikh for that putt. I mean, he knew that if he wasn't going to take the initiative, it was not things he would have to make things happen, like you pointed out earlier. And we're also now lining up for his birdie putt, which if he does convert, will give him a share of what, third place now. Now that Varun has climbed up a fourth place, but he has to make the putt, which has not been an easy task on this course. It's one more example of how difficult it is to make putts over here. Par putt for Rahil. He would have been feeling twitchy on that one, definitely. That is just the range. We've seen so many good putters in the field miss over the last 2 days. Now, in fact, opens up the game a little bit because it's now a tie for the lead, a three-way tie for the lead. In all likelihood, if Varun picking up a shot going to 17 under, Dhruv Sharan likely to get a par on that hole. So he will finish on 17 under. And Rahil now dropping down into the clutches of, finally into the clutches of Parikh, who has been such a tenacious chaser through the day. He has, in fact, great credit to both of them. They have literally slugged it out. They have seen others coming and going, challengers coming up and going down. The two of them have actually gone toe to toe all the way, 18 holes, 17 holes completed, 18th to go. Tremendous fight. And a little bit of drama at the end.
Rahul, we might well see another playoff for the second successive time to decide this tournament as things are. I mean, just what we were talking about at that time, that he had left himself with a putt which could, uh, I mean, it, of course, it appears to be a pretty straightforward one, but it was a tough one, and it did prove that way. And what a costly miss that could prove to be.
Well, the penultimate group going to the last rites, we just saw Rohan Dhole Patil complete his 72nd and final hole of the championship. Local boy, Chandigarh's very own Akshay Sharma, with his last putt, hopefully. The number of times we have seen what seemed to be final putts and closing putts and just not happening. So on, it's, I'm no longer going to even say this. Let's just wait for the putt to go in or stay out, and then we'll call it. But whatever it is the last hole for Akshay Sharma as well. He will finish off with the top five finish. If can't, that's not too bad returns. Which he does successfully. Ball is in. That confirms his top five finish, top four finish. In fact, his share of fourth place alongside Sachin Basoya and Veer Alawat. Though Veer still has the opportunity of moving up because he's in the group immediately behind the final flight. And Dhruv Sharan will feel that he has In fact, had he had a better, in hindsight, of course, always valuable. Had he had a better approach shot and had he got a birdie on this hole, it was a chance for him to have taken the clubhouse lead.
Yeah.
As it things stand now, he is on 70. He's finished on 17 under par,
We have
which is
three
the
leaders,
clubhouse
yeah.
lead,
That's right.
effectively, with Varun Parikh and Rahil together on 17 under and in the final group immediately behind. Final rights being applied to the event. PGTI scoring office. This is the heart of the operation that keeps this rolling around the country, keeping golf on track. Numbers all tallied up nicely before they head off to Jammu next week. So you can feel now the tension, Rakesh, building up. This is the final
What a
hole.
sight that is.
You have a tie. Two of the three who tied on that score are in this group. One of them can break it both ways. You get a birdie here, you win. You get a bogey here, you fall out of the race. You get a par,
Dhruv,
and you stay.
who actually finished, unlike Varun and Rahil, will wait for these two to falter on the last hole. If they can't save par, then he has a chance of winning the tournament. So anything can happen. You can have uh, three people with realistic chances of winning with one hole to go.
Also, again, like I said, give credit to Varun for that. That putt was critical for him to put pressure, and he converted. I mean, it was not an easy one. He had come over a bit of a rise.
Yes.
The ball swung one way, went the other way. Finally, went around the hole before it actually dropped. Critical putt for him, brought him into. It just brings him straight back into play. Rahil knew could have done a better job with that chip, kept himself just that 3.5 feet out of the cup, and that's been the range that has tested so many of in this field, and that's just when he faltered.
And imagine it was his first, uh, what should I say?
Drop shot on the
drop
back
shot
nine
on the back nine all week.
on all 4 days.
All 4 days.
This is
He's had a
astonishing.
clean. He had a clean record.
Just shows that
all
even
through
after
that.
24 years of experience, you
Yeah.
can,
A sub 5
sometimes
feet. Yeah, a sub 5 feet.
let the
putt.
pressure get to you.
Pressure can get to. So that is what was proven here. So Dhruv finishes with a. So there you are. So it's going to be Rahil and Varun with one hole to go, two leaders with Dhruv just about missing an opportunity to stay in the joint lead after finishing his round at minus 16. Had he saved par, he would have been in joint lead. But now it leaves it open, one hole to go, and players who were 1 and 2 at the start of the day are back to where they were. This time, of course, in the joint lead. So, but on the leaderboard, you find Varun ahead of Rahil. So this is a par 4, 18th. This is a 476 yard hole where, and in case the tie persists, then players will go back to the 18th tee most likely. So this is the hole that's going to decide the title. Varun, currently in the joint lead, was finally caught up with Rahil one more time during the day. When his birdie was met with a bogey from Rahil. So there was a two-shot swing on the 17th. So suddenly Rahil's lead just evaporated, brought him under pressure. Both players find themselves on the edge of the green just now, the front edge.
Ganji will be struggling to recover from that. He will need all his
Just imagine
experience.
all three players in the leaders group and the leaders group has the joint leaders as well, Varun and Rahil, and all of them have given their shot almost the same length to find themselves on the front edge of the green. So we are in for a sensational finish.
Yet another twist, Rakesh.
Yeah.
Dhruv actually dropping a shot and falling out of the race.
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ हैं तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होश
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 झूम
Well, now it's a straightforward two-horse race. Dhruv Sharon taking himself out of the equation with bogey on his 72nd and final hole of the championship, and in a way, probably fittingly leaving it to the two who have battled out all day long from hole number one this morning till the 18th hole this afternoon, Sunday afternoon at the Panchkula Golf Club. Varun Parekh and Rahil Ganji. Rahil was the overnight leader by one, held that lead almost all the way till there was a two-shot swing on the par 3 17th. Varun Parekh sinking birdie, and the vastly experienced Rahil Ganji dropping a shot, which suddenly turned this into a three-way, almost a three-way event before Dhruv in the group ahead of them dropped the shot, reducing it to a straightforward, almost like a heavyweight title match, Rakesh.
Can you imagine the nerves right now? So, and the pressure will be on Rahil, and Rahil will be expected to bring in all his experience to deal with it. Because what we saw his last putt, it was a very nervous putt and he succumbed to that pressure, which was mainly due to the curling putt that we saw from Varun that got a birdie.
Making a nice chip on, floated the ball nicely, soft hands, leaving himself a very makeable par putt. Veer Rawat now from the edge of the green.
Weir is in line to finish a sole fourth there. So that will make a difference of a few lakhs for sure. Those last two putts from him. So there's a lot riding on these strokes now.
Malawat taking his time. What he would very much want this to be his last part of the championship, and if it does go in, it will give him sole position of fourth place behind Dhruv Sharan, who is third on 16 under par, leaving the battle for the title to the other two members of this group. Rahul Gangji, our overnight leader by one, caught at the 17th and penultimate hole by someone who had chased him, the man from Ahmedabad who chased him all the way. And Veer's putt is on the way, but seems to be going nowhere. Stayed well short of the cup.
Rahul, I think he's almost sure of taking the sole position because he's in line for a birdie here. Or will it be a par shot? Yeah, I think he's in line for a par there.
Rahul has what should be a birdie putt over here. So here again, it could swing. If he converts here, then it's done. If he misses, then we go into a playoff. He's gone for it. He's gone for it. He's gone for it, and it just skated past. He gave it everything.
Varun must have
He
said
had,
really
Varun. Both of them would have
so
had
relieved.
their hearts in the mouth for sure. Terrific effort, playing, catering for everything. The swing, the downslope, and came very, very close. But at the same time, Rakesh, now Varun is in the same sort of territory which Rahil was on the previous hole. There's that nervous 3 and 4 foot range, which we've seen so many people make errors. All right, Rahil puts out for par, and now it's in the hands of Varun Parekh. Making the putt here takes it into a playoff. An error here gives him second place and leaves Rahil the winner. Nervous putt for him. But the young man from Ahmedabad knows about winning. He has done so in the past, and he will take his time. He's a cool customer, talented young man, 26 years old from Gulmohar Greens in Ahmedabad. A very convincing winner of the qualifying school the year he came through to the PGTI main tour itself. Nice. I think he's more than the physical action of the putt. I think he's gathering his thoughts, keeping the focus tight, making sure he has everything in place before he actually makes the putt. Taking his time, finding some good balance, and
there you have
tricky little putt broke from right to left, and he read it perfectly. So here we can now head into second successive playoff after the Vizag Open,
and a second successive playoff for this tournament
as well.
Yeah, last year JV won it
in a playoff.
Following a playoff. Yes. So it's not over yet.
It's not over yet. Finishing touches for Veed keeps him on 14 under and tie for fourth with Sachin Basoya and Akshay Sharma, and will consolidate his position at the top of the leaderboard. I think he's just wished his two playing companions the best for the playoff, and he will head for the getting some warm hugs and best wishes from a flock of admirers, including some players. And well, 15 lakh first prize and the points that go with it still up for grabs on the Sunday afternoon at the Panchkula golf course. What we thought were the dying moments of the Haryana Open 2024 turned out to be the penultimate chapter.
Rahul, it's been the contrast between the two players who are going to go into the playoff now, Rahil and Varun. Well, about 17 years separate in terms of age, in terms of their professional golf careers go. Varun has been a pro only since 2019. That means he has a 5-year experience, whereas his senior rival, or you call him the challenger here, is a pro for 24 years. So you can imagine there's a 19 years in terms of experience. That's a difference. In terms of age, they are 17 years apart. So, and despite all this, I think Rahil will be the one under serious pressure because he's the one who was ahead, and Varun did just enough to ensure the playoff. So Rahil is definitely out of his comfort zone, but then he'll have to forget all about what happened over the last two holes. And he came close to sealing it on the 18th as well. But credit to the younger aspirant. I think he's really done his job and added to the excitement.
Right, finishing touches to the 72 holes we've just watched. The two tied at the top, Varun Parekh, furthest side from the picture, Rahul Ganji closest to the camera, and Veer Alawat in between at the scorer's office. Critical moments now, the final scores being tallied, checked, everything is order, no mistakes, no wrong entries. These are also important. The tallying and final numbers before they head to the playoff between the two. Interestingly, when Rahil last won on the PGTI, Varun Parekh was 14 years old. So that also gives you an idea.
So it was 15 years ago?
11 years ago.
Okay, 11 years ago.
Varun is 25. He's just turned 26, in fact. So he would have been 15 when Rahil last won. His last PGTI title was 11 years ago. Though, like we mentioned earlier, he has won twice.
I stand corrected there because it's about 20 years separating the two. 20 years of experience.
Exactly 20
and 19 years of professional
age. Almost.
Almost
Rahil is 46 and Varun is 26. So that's 20 years exactly.
20 years. So.
Well, I mean, the point I was trying to make was that when Rahil last won on the PGTI, Varun Parekh was a teenager, 15.
That's a good one. Yes.
So yeah, that's the sort of the gap between them, and all credit to both. I mean, nobody took a step back today. They duked it out. It was an absolute fight from start to finish. No one took a step back. If one got a birdie, there was an instant reply. If one of them dropped a shot, he came back almost immediately. So tremendous. I mean, this is now the second event being decided in a playoff in a row after the Vizag Open. few weeks ago, where Angad Chima won, and like you mentioned, the second year in a row that the Haryana Open is being decided in a playoff as well. And we now it most likely looks to be the 18th hole, which will be the playoff hole.
Like we had spoken about the possible playoff hole, yes, it does turn out to be the 18th. That's one hole which is a constant. So earlier there was a time during the domestic tours and even the Asian tours where more than one hole used to be picked for playoffs. But now, for a few years, we have just ensured that the 18th hole of the course is the one that is chosen for the finale. So, in case of a tie again, they go back to the 18th tee again. So, that's how a lot of titles have been decided, including the Indian Open, when Jyoti won ahead of Vijay and I guess it was SSP Chaurasia. There was a three-way tie, and the title was decided on a Monday morning because it was too dark on Sunday to go ahead with the playoffs, and Jyoti won it on the very first playoff hole. So there you see the players heading for the tee box, the 18th tee. For the record, this week, Varun has found a birdie on day one on the 18th, and then he has parred on the next 3 days. That means he has one birdie and three pars on the 18th, as compared to Rahil, uh, who's been doing well on the par fives, as we've already mentioned once, and he's the one who's likely to start as the favorite on this hole this week, or rather for this, because he's got two birdies on the 18th this week, on day one and day three, and he had par scores on day two and just a little while ago. But then they were not under this kind of pressure ever, so pressure is going to play its part, and the experience of Rahil and the exuberance of Varun, that can be a factor that can prove to be decisive.
And what's been impressive is the fact that neither of them, and that they've been locked together in battle the whole day. Neither of them has taken a step back. No quarters asked, none was given, and they've really, sort of gone eyeball, toe to toe, eyeball to eyeball all the way. And in a way, it's a little fitting that should be decided in a playoff, because each had the chance to finish as the outright leader. Both of them either gave it up or were caught, whichever way you want to put it. And so it comes down to who will hold his nerve better in this. Whether it's one hole, two holes, we will keep coming back if they keep squaring at the end of the on the green. We will come back again. So this is the nominated playoff hole. So whether it'll be one time, two times, three times, we don't know. But so I think the tournament director is giving them the last thing, and the toss of the coin to decide who will drive first. Sampath Chari there. doing TD duties. Looks like Varun has the honor. He will hit first.
Given the fact that it's a par 4, so a lot will depend on the approach shot. Unlike what we see at the Delhi Golf Club, which is a par 5, where your third shot could also prove very, very decisive. Here it's the second shot which is going to hold the key.
Varun Parekh lining up first, taking a good long look and probably visualizing how he wants to play this hole, looking at where he feels would be the ideal landing spot. A good tee shot sets you up well for the next. So both of them will want to make sure that there is again Parekh waiting till he's completely at ease, walking off, backing away from that first swing. All set to go. One last check of the line. Smooth swing. A good amount of power behind that shot.
It's a 476-yard hole, the second longest par 4 on the course.
Rahil has just seen his title rival blast off. He will also want to make sure that he's as well placed as possible to get his second shot onto the green. He looks to be fairly happy. He's moving off quickly enough. Though the last look at the ball was a little lingering. And this is a dog leg, so it's not a straightforward hit for the flag. You'll have to cater for the fact that there's a certain amount of turn. The ball is going to have to be brought around the corner. The second shot, which is probably why we saw both of them to the left of the fairway when they were playing the 72nd hole, the final hole of regulation play. Because Veer hit the ball long, he found himself on the edge of the green with his drive because he's a long hitter. And the other two don't hit as long, so they were opted to go left. Rahil went further left than he would have liked, of course, and Varun was on the fairway. I suspect they've gone for a similar approach this time as well. Keep the ball left, so you have a clear shot, clear sight of the green. Because if the fairway is curving left to right, if you go too far right, then you're blindsiding yourself from the green. So keep the ball left, keep it in play. Make that approach shot, like you pointed out, very critical.
Much like the dogleg 16th, which we have at the Delhi Golf Club, which has tested a lot of professionals because it's a tree-lined hole, and that leaves very little margin for errors. Unlike what we see here, this is a far more open hole. So the margin of error here, I think it still allows you that kind of a free hit because it gives you a good look of the green, unlike what we see with the dogleg hole here at the Delhi Golf Club.
That's right.
Which we have seen.
We saw just now we actually go straight for the green and reach it.
Yeah.
Both. So,
it's more or less the same position. I think the way they are heading towards the ball, I think Varun has hit a bit longer. But it just depends on whether he wanted it to be extreme right of the fairway. Whether that would give them a better look and a better chance of getting in.
And certainly one ball right in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, that seems to be. I think that is. Is it Varun who's heading there? Yes, I think
looks like
Varun.
yes.
Yeah, that's Varun's ball.
That's his bag closest to the ball.
Yeah, that's Varun. So has Rahil hit longer than Varun? Yeah. He has laid up better. What does it? Still not clear from here.
Action now stretching well into the afternoon. This group teed off a little before 9 o'clock, 8:51, 8:58 in the morning, and it's now almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So 5 hours they've been at it, and it's still not over. So this is a real ding dong. Been a ding dong battle all day long. Both of them, they've been the two at the top of the field, and they've maintained that position. Could have been decided earlier. Great birdie putt by Varun. Missed bogey putt by Rahil. Set up this playoff, and now there's appropriately these two will now fight it out to the finish. Rahil will go first because he went slightly wide. It's the sort of territory with Dhruv Shoran found himself in, and came off with a bogey. Whereas Varun has a more straightforward line. He doesn't need to bother about the trees and stuff in the middle. He can just attack the flag. Caddy is giving him some last minute input. He's held his nerve beautifully, this young man from Ahmedabad, 26 years old. One title already under his belt, PGTI. Gone straight for the flag. Half the distance of what Rahil has put his ball into. Varun has half the distance to the flag. Went for broke. There's a little bit of water in the middle, but he was looking only at the flag, saw nothing in between. Put the ball more or less, I think, where he would have wanted it to go. Rahil tugging his ball a little to the left. Varun with nothing in front of him, no tree, nothing. He went straight for the flag. And did a pretty good job of it.
The ball just died there. So that gives Varun a good chance. But then, if both players manage to use two putts to put the ball in, then again we'll see the players returning to the 18th tee box. But by the looks of it, Varun has a slightly better chance. It's still a long putt, but difficult to imagine Rahil doing something extraordinary from that distance. Interestingly, Rahil was not trailed all day today. For once, at this point in time, seems to be he seems to do the catching up with the younger aspirant for the title. Rahil deciding what to do now.
Taking his time as he should. There's so much on the line here. 11 years since his last win on the PGTI. 2 years since Varun last won his only title. Big moment for the 46-year-old. He's been close twice already this year. 2 runner-up finishes. And left himself a lot to do with this putt. Too much, one suspects. But what a great putt that was! In and out. That's the second time he's done it on this hole. 2 putts in a row. He is almost made it. Heartbreaking if he
And there is
actually,
Varun acknowledging it.
if Varun now actually converts his birdie, it would be heartbreaking for Rahul. But he gave it everything. I mean, this is one of the best putts we've seen through the day. Long putt, downhill, bit of turn. He took everything into consideration, played it superbly. And now let's wait to see whether young Parekh can finish this off over here with a birdie, or do we go into a second playoff?
If Varun can drain this putt, clearly it will be the costliest putt all week. That this will be like worth 5 lakh Indian rupees, which is 5% of the total prize money.
So,
One single putt.
I don't think players at this level let these things influence their thinking. You can't. I mean, you start thinking and worrying about those things, your hands will freeze. You saw him actually walking away, face away from the ball, just calming himself down. And he knew he's not made it. He was on the move instantly. So we go back.
So you go back to the 18th tee box again. Both players thinking what other strategy to go for, or whether they are going to go the same way. So this could be quite something now. This was a really an extraordinary putt. Almost, I can see it lipped the cup and went the other way. This was a nervous putt.
Exactly. The longer this goes on, the more it will swing in Ganji's favor.
Yeah.
Because you already seen that when he was absolutely nerveless, long putt, difficult putt. He kept it together so beautifully. No mistakes. He almost actually dropped it. Varun, on the other hand, less than half the distance, not that much of elevation and change of angle to cater for, still made an absolute mess of it. That was a bad putt. It was not a good. In fact, he hit it and he knew that he had messed up, and he was off after it instantly. So, like I said, I mean, the longer this goes on, I think the more it will shift in Rahul Ganji's favor, because he's the one who's done this, in the past. And playoffs are playoffs. I mean, you've put everything on the line for 72 holes, given it everything for 18 holes today. Played your best golf, and then it comes out. It can be nervous. I mean, nerve wracking, and we just saw, the difference between the 2 putts. One long, difficult putt almost made it. The second one, much shorter, didn't. So,
I mean, it would have been what a thrilling, finale it would have been had he drained that putt from that distance, and leaving it for like Varun to match that effort, birdie for birdie, and that would have been even more exciting. So Varun going first. Do they have a plan B in certain situations like this, or they just try to do the same thing a little better?
You just get to the green as fast as you can and as close to the. That's the only plan. There's no B, C, D. You just
No,
have
I
to-
mean off the tee. Uh, is there a way that they can execute this shot better, or
You're using the longest club in your bag. That's the driver. So what different can you do? I mean, just pick a shorter club and leave yourself a longer approach shot. That's becomes a little more risky. So they will try and put the ball as far up the fairway
this
as
time
possible.
he left it a little flat? He didn't really, unlike the one that he hit on the 73rd. At 74th, I think he is a little flatter. It has gone there. Really. That's the one before this was was a lofted one. Rahil. Rahil seems to be quite satisfied with that. I mean, going purely by the looks of it.
So here we go. Second time round.
The third time in succession on the 18th. So we're seeing this. So it'll be quite interesting. Second playoff hole. A lot of nerves there. As you can see, the players being taken to where the ball has landed for their approach.
It's also probably to speed up proceedings a little bit.
Yeah.
That much of time you waste on walking from tee box to the ball, and
It's
then
not just the time, I think also the fact that the players are tired. So that also helps them to plan their things better instead of walking the course. So
Rahil has stayed away from the trees last time. That forced him to go so far to the left. This time he's got a more direct line for the flag from where he is now.
where is that? Almost like they've traded places.
They're swap places.
Yeah.
Rahil is not in a very happy spot either. He's gone into the rough. It's quite thick. So much better if you're on the fairway when you want to play this. But in these critical shots,
It's a great sight, actually. It's a great view of the fairway. So Rahil is going first. Still some distance away from the pin. Much like last time, but he's into the green this time.
same spot as he was on the last time. It's pretty much this I suspect was probably more because of where he was from. That grass would have tugged his club a little bit, so the ball went left, further left than he would have liked. Interesting to see what approach Varun opts for. Will he go again straight for the flag like he did the first time? Okay, young man, I think that's probably what is in his mind. Let me just get to the green as quickly as possible and as close to the flag as I can.
Much like the same old story again. He's much closer to the pin. Rahil again has work to do.
It's a repeat of the first hole. Rahil well way off to the left.
And this looks a little closer than where he was last time around for his first putt.
See, once again, the same area. He's gone way left.
And way deeper into the green. It's a very measured shot again. Again, the ball just dies there like the one that we saw last time around, unlike the shot taken by Rahil. Just rolled quite deep. So is this approach shot going to decide it, followed by a good putt? That should seal it for Varun. Or are we going to see Rahil pull off another of
He almost did it the last time.
Around, so you never know.
You could see the effect it had on Varun Parikh's putt. He was nervous.
He was nervous.
So maybe that's now behind him and they will finish it here. Whatever it is, Rahil has actually left himself a lot of work to do. Yet again.
Ryan seems to be quite clear of what he is needed to be doing here because he's not taking much time. And this is what we saw last time around. He just came, gauged it quickly, and just let go of the shot because I don't want him to. I mean, at least he has probably told himself that he's not going to spend too much time. Because the longer it takes him to execute this shot, I think it'll become even more difficult. What do you have to say about this?
It's the extra distance that he gave himself this time. He was closer to the pin last time from a more difficult place. And he actually left himself that 2-3 feet short. Played it well. It was a steady putt. Like you said, didn't take too long.
Distance, yeah.
Just lacked enough legs to get to the pin. Last time the ball skated through. Maybe that was also a factor that would have played on his mind. I put too much speed on the ball. And Varun has yet another opportunity now to close this out. He knows that he can't keep flirting with danger.
Under
like
10
this.
feet, he should be able to sink this.
But at the same time, it's not the easiest of putts. It's a bit downhill, and then fortunately, there's not a lot of turn to it. It will cut from left to right. And he's already made one nervous putt here, so hopefully that will be behind him. He will make a more confident attempt at the ball now. It kept going. It just started to turn. It just kept going further and further away from the hole. So you come back to that nervous 2.5, 3 feet territory. These are not good for your heart. If you have a heart condition, he's a young man. He's strong. He's resilient. He will do what needs to be done. And Scary is just giving him some final tips. Yeah,
And this will put a lot of
whole much
pressure
whole
if he manages to get this into the cup. I think then it'll be like
टेंस मोमेंट्स आज प्ले ऑफ चल रहा है दूसरा प्ले ऑफ होल है ये 1 करोड़ रुपए हरियाणा ओपन का पंचकुला गोल्फ क्लब में वरुण पारिक अपने पार पट पे खड़े हुए छोटा सा पट जो उन्होंने बना दिया और राहिल गंजी की बारी जो दोनों 72 होल के बाद 17 अंडर पे एक साथ उन्होंने खत्म किया और अब उन्होंने भी किया पार पट अब तीसरी बार चलेंगे हम प्ले ऑफ होल के टी ऑफ की तरफ And off we go back to the 18th tee for the third time in this playoff hole. Players involved overnight leader Rahul Ganji and second place Varun Parik finishing locked at 17 under par for the 72 holes in regulation. Ganji with a 2 under 70 and Varun Parik making up the deficit 3 under 69. The 17th hole proving to be decisive, seeing a swing that Varun Parik till then trailing Ganji by 1, nailing a birdie, and Rahil leaving his first chip just a little short and then unable to convert for par. That swing brought them level on 17 under, both hold, making a hold for par on the 18th and 72nd hole in regulation play, taking this into the playoff. First playoff hole squared, both getting pars. Second playoff hole also squared, both getting pars. So now we are back on the 18th tee for the third time. And in the meantime, just to make things a little more interesting, they're changing the pin position. Taking it more to the center, tournament director Sampath Chari there overseeing the change. It was far much to the right up till this point, now being brought to the center. And with the result that now this changes the dynamics of the playoff just a little bit. There's been a change in the pin position. They brought the pin to the center. It was on the right corner of the green, of the 18th green. It's now been brought to the center. As you can see, this whole process is being completed, even as Rahil is lining up his tee shot on the tee box. By the time the players reach where where the drive is gone, the process of putting the flag in its new location would have been completed, and we will carry on into the third hole of the playoff. Behind them, Dhruv Sharan, DLF from the DLF Golf and Country Club, takes sole third place. Sachin Basoya, Tilly, Akshay Sharma of Chandigarh, and Veer Alawat once again of the from Gurgaon share fourth place, with Kshitij Navid Kaul taking sole seventh. Yashash Chandra from Mysore taking eighth place. Sri Lankan Prabhakaran and Shamim Khan. Two Sri Lankans, in fact, Prabhakaran and Thangarajan, alongside Shamim Khan and Rohan Dhole Patil in a share of ninth place. So now we've seen the pin change position. It's now more to the center of the green. Varun and Rahil heading towards the respective balls, and they actually have on-course company, and in the form of two little pup who's wondering what this must be his normal free time on the course. People would have gone home by now, and he's was wondering why do I have so much of company? Rahil again going to the right. Varun once again, as they did on the first time, safely in the center of the fairway. But certainly there is a change in the dynamic, Rakesh. They have changed the position of the pin, the flag. So they will no longer have to be aiming for the extreme right corner of the green, and it's been put in the center. Maybe just to sort of try and simplify things.
And also, that should give Rahil a bit more confidence because three times so far, the regulation hole, which was the 72nd hole, and the two playoff holes, he has been on the same side of the green. So if it is pushed more towards the center, I think he has reasons to feel a little more confident.
And he's given himself a little extra to do from where he is now. But Fortunately, the trees were not an impediment on his thing. And once again, he has gone left, even further left than he was previously. Only one reason being that, given the new position, it's on the downslope, the flag. And so the moment you hit the slope, the ball is going to skip off. And exactly what happened. Varun would have seen that, and now he would be wondering: do I keep my ball short of the rise, or do I let the ball land on the hump and then hope for the best? This has actually changed the dynamic of the challenge completely.
Also, Rahul, so far what we've seen is that the approach shots from Varun has had a lot of backspin. Now, where he lands is most important. He doesn't want to overrun the pin like Rahil did. So, if you can get the elevation right and ensure that the ball dies on the green, he still has a better chance. Oh, there he lets it roll in.
Terrific shot. He cut the ball.
Great shot.
It was a cut. You see, he pulled his club sharply to the left. And the result is just what couldn't have asked for a better result. Maybe a couple of feet closer, yes, but given the difference in again where Rahil's ball is and where his ball is, each time Rahil has put himself in a difficult position and come out of it, or rather, Varun has kind of let him off the hook on both occasions. Here you see the two approach shots.
But if it is two shots from here, I think we'll see another repeat. Whether it's a one nice chip for a short putt or just two putts by Varun. There you are. It's a great approach shot, no doubt. Again, Rahil will be going first. And let's see if we can produce another great shot. Because his third shot every time has been a good one.
At some point, even this age is going to start to tell. Experience is all very well, but this wandering up and down between the tee box and the green again and again and again, fatigue is going to have to. They've been at it now for 6 hours, close to 5.5 hours, 8:58 or thereabouts. Close to 9 is when they teed off, and it's now 2:30. So that's 5.5 hours they've been battling away. And it's exhausting. It can be tiring. There's a lot of mental force at play as well. Investment in play. So it's tiring. You're planning every shot. You're planning 18 holes. You've done that 19, 20, now 21st time. So it's not easy.
Has he left it there? Yes. This is again what he has done twice in the past. Gives himself just enough for a single putt from that distance.
And now up to young Parik too.
So he's finishing it. So it's okay. There you are.
But he's done, and now it's up to Varun Parik, this young man from Ahmedabad. He's taking a good, hard, long look at what is required on the surface, what he needs to, where he thinks the ball will turn, swing, what sort of pace is likely.
Still some distance from there. A makeable putt for
Not
sure.
an easy putt for sure, but
Yeah.
he will want to. This is an opportunity, a third opportunity for him to
Third
actually
opportunity.
close it out, finish it off. So, yeah, it's a longish putt,
It's a longish putt.
mid-range putt,
And,
15 odd feet, 10, 12, 15 feet.
Yeah, there's slope from I think right to left. Has to be a little careful. It's left it. So there you are. Despite hitting 3 good approach shots, Varun still finds himself in the same spot. Mentally getting ready to go to the 18th tee box. But this will take some doing again. It's not as easy as it looks.
I'm sure he's telling himself, where is that putt I had in my hand on the 17th when I got that birdie, and why is that not happening with me anymore? I'm praying for that, I'm sure. And there we go again. That's the
fourth
hole
time.
number 3 completed. Level par once again.
This can
And
full of fatigue. The only, the brightest side, I mean, on the brightest side, the only takeaway for Rahil is that he's able to hang in there. Every time he goes for this second shot, Varun looks like the favorite. But then again, what he does with his third is to undo the damage, get close enough for a single putt, and then he just finishes it off. So that's the reason why we are having a fourth playoff on the 18th.
yeah, but the good thing is that Rahil is walking off each time to the tee with a smile on his face. He doesn't seem to be unduly bothered about having to do this up and down business. But and he's quite comfortable doing it. Looks like by the looks of it. And it's each time, first 3 playoffs, it's been Parik who's been in the better position every single time. And just not the first one, he made an absolute hash of. That was terrible. The other 2, both the putts have just slipped by, narrowly, but going, basically opening the door again for Gangji to have another crack at him and pile up the pressure if he can.
It'll be interesting to see when, for a change, if we see Varun come under pressure, how he deals with it, because we have seen Rahil do that a few times.
If they keep doing this, it's going to happen. It's a matter of time before that happens.
It's Varun with the final putt, forcing a fourth playoff. So this has been one of the longer session of playoffs which we have seen on the domestic tour. There is Rahil getting ready to play the fourth. Remember, this is the 18th hole on the course, so that means they played the 72nd hole of the tournament, and ever since that they've played it 3 times again, going there for the 4th time. So playing this hole for the 5th time in succession. Rahil is using all his experience to just about hang in there, whereas Varun, he somehow is not able to close the door on Rahil. Twice we have seen Rahil make amends for his below par approach shot from the fairway with a splendid long part, and once we saw him chip in after overrunning the the flag there, but he has been brilliant. And every time, if you look at Rahil's third shot, be it a putt or a chip, he has left himself with a very short fourth stroke on the hole there. Whereas Varun has been a little inconsistent, although his drives have been good, his approach has been good, but closer to the green, he hasn't quite done the job. So here he goes first. Like the second playoff shot, he hasn't gone for the height there. He has hit it much flatter and probably wanted the ball to move towards his left, but that hasn't quite happened by the looks of it. And there's Rahil getting ready. Remember, after two playoffs, the pin position was changed from being on one side of the green. It was moved more towards the center, but the result was the same. The deadlock continued with both players finding par. So this is the second playoff with a new pin position. Let's see if this can break the deadlock this time around. This is a dogleg left hole, so players are trying to place themselves as much as possible. They want to get a direct line off the flag without any hindrance. So it's very important that how you play your shot off the tee, and of course the all important approach shot mostly decides your position on the green. But in this particular case, what we have seen in the playoffs so far, Rahil, despite his not so good approach shots, he's still managed to save par with some brilliant display of shot game. So Rahil's confidence in his own way must be quite high because he has saved par a few times. Varun, on the other hand, hasn't been under pressure in the playoffs, so he will. For him, being under pressure is a little unfamiliar, say in the last hour or so. But it'll be interesting to see what if he comes under pressure for a change. Rahil relies on his experience to come out of trouble, whereas Varun hasn't quite seen it, at least in the playoffs. But what he did on the 17th hole of the final round today, the 73rd hole, I think that was spectacular because he birdied from in great style that one putt that put pressure on Rahil, who in turn bogeyed. So that two-stroke swing on the 17th hole, that is the 73rd for the tournament, that made a huge difference because that brought them on level par. Then both players found par on the 18th to see a series of playoffs. Now this is the fourth, as you can see on your screens. A lot of pressure on both players, but it just remains to be seen who remains the last man standing. So for the third time, it is Rahil who finds himself to the left of the pin, and of course he's a little further away, so he goes first with his approach. Remember, he hasn't had the kind of approach shots that he always wanted. He had to rely a lot on recovering from there and trying to do this. Again, he has missed the green. So his approach shots haven't been great. He again needs a good chip in from there. Whereas he's made his own job difficult, but much depends on how Varun responds. Varun not in a great position where he actually would have preferred to be. I think it's closer to the trees there, but I still think he has a clear look of the pin, and he needs to get the elevation right, which he has been getting, and the backspin on the ball is ensured that the ball just dies on the green more often than not. So he'll require one such shot this time, so that it leaves him with just one putt. So both players requiring a little more job than the usual two on and two, uh, requiring just that much job to finish it. Both players struggling with their approach shots, not the kind of shots that they would have preferred, but that's what pressure does to you. And don't forget, this is the 76th hole they're playing to decide the prize. So not easy. They've been on the course just before 9 when they teed off from the first, and it's there you see the ball overrunning the flag there, going into the rough and just going behind the flag. So two players with different lengths to their approach shots face different set of challenges. Both will be looking at their ploy now, how to be on the green, because both the players have missed the green. Pressure playing its part. If Rahil failed to get the kind of angle that he wanted when the ball left the club, but the point of impact was, I think, probably not to his liking. But he still found himself in a slightly safer position, whereas Varun, for once, got his length wrong and just allowed it to fly. So, not easy for either players here, but Rahil again, I think, is a little further away from the flag. Again, he'll try to chip again from that distance. He did a similar thing in the third playoff, but not from the same side of the green. So a lot will depend on this shot. Having saved pars a couple of times in the playoff, Rahil is definitely more confident because he has managed to escape from jail, but just moves away, got distracted with something. I think it's in line of his shot. I think there's been some movement there.
Also, the difference in the lie between the two balls, Rakesh. Ganji seems to have a much more favorable sort of lie, even because Parik is up against, the edge of one cut and the start of the other one. So his club has less space to come down freely. Ganji doesn't have any such issues. He's got space to swing cleanly. So, now, if you look at where Varun Parik's ball is, he's like up against the fringe of the rough. So
this is a good one, but he has still left himself some distance.
From where he is, it's like
yeah.
kind of.
It'll take some effort. He's just looking where to pitch the ball and ensure that it doesn't roll too hard. But I think there is he's facing a uphill sort of a
There's a thickish. There's a transition between a thickish lie and also there's a little bit of a bump behind him where his feet are. So, but these guys are good players. They've practiced a lot of these eventualities. But when it come to do it again, and plus the pressure.
Plus the pressure, yeah, that is what is I think making the difference.
Let's see what he does with this one. Keeping the ball well back in the stance.
This shot could well decide, because if he's closer to the pin, then the pressure will be on. There you are. So now the pressure shifts on Rahil, because he needs to sink from here no matter what. He can't afford to make another mistake, and he knows it. That was a great chip by Varun, because it has just left him with a very, very makeable putt. And Rahil knows that he cannot let this chance go, and it's a must make putt for him. There it lips the cup. So probably he hit it a little too firmly. But then can't blame him, because the pressure is mounting, and that's what we all have been talking about for a bit now, that eventually it's the pressure that's going to be a factor, and it is going to tell at some point. Now here's Varun probably making the biggest putt of his career.
Will be second win on the PGTI. He won a big 1.5 crore event, 2 crore event at the DLF Walvan Country Club 22. Inaugural Grand Fountain Couple Dev Invitational. But yeah, it will be fitting if he makes this putt. It will be a fitting result. He is
There
fought
he
hard.
makes it. And look at
Deserved.
Rahil, who never trailed all through the day, and suddenly he finds the title slipping away from him. So, a grand finish, a tense finish. And there you are. He's almost expressionless despite completing the job. He's more relieved than thrilled, it seems. But absolutely.
If you're playing 4 playoff holes, believe me, you are relieved. Thrill comes later. That all of that will happen later. But right now it's just, my God, we finished the job. Let's get off. Let's go and change. Change this T-shirt. I've been wearing it for the last 7 hours. But well-deserved, merited win. He never took a step back. He fought well all the way. Shared the lead very briefly for a little while. Fell back again. Came back strongly. Set up, in fact, this playoff with that beautiful putt on the par 3 17th hole that actually saw the 3-shot swing from him being one behind to pulling level with Rahil dropping a shot there as well. That actually was, I think, the turning point of this event, and thereafter it's, you can see Rahil squatting off to the right of his club face on the approach.
And there's Varun's shot. It didn't quite stay on the green. The first time it happened, that it didn't quite stay on the green. But every other time, he could still manage to keep it quite close to the flag. But it was the putt that made the difference. This is the one that let it slip for Rahil. It just lipped the cup and stayed out. And there is the winning putt. More than triumph, I think it's a relief, as I said, and that confirms that he's not overly thrilled, but just happy that it's over.
He's had a fairly indifferent season, Varun. He's down, I think, in the 40s on the merit list.
48.
Lift him a long way up the order. Every win actually makes a big difference. Angad Chima was also languishing somewhere low reaches of the last win at Vizag pushed him up into the top 10. So definitely a big boost for the young man. Rahil Ganji, the story of not winning of yet another second place on the domestic court despite his 2 international victories in the same season. That continued. And for what, the 15th or the 16th time this season we have a new winner. Briefly, if you just go back to the start of the season, it was Manu Gandas, Shaurya Binu, before Manu Gandas in fact won winning the first full field event of the season, the Players Championship at Tolly, followed by Shaurya Binu's win at the Dream Valley Group Ooty Masters. Then Abhinav Lohan finally ending a long wait for victory at the Gujarat Open. And that leaving out the 2 Challenge Tour events from the European Tour and the Indian Open that was back to the GTI events. Gaganjit Bhullar came and won the Chandigarh Open. The Delhi NCR Open went to Veer Alawat, also almost in a playoff, long battle back. Dharma again also another one who ended a long wait for a win at the Gurgaon Open. Shaurya Binu being the only repeat winner of the season when he won at Mysore. Rehan Thomas, Dubai-based rookie who just turned pro and has his sights firmly set on the PGA Tour. Brilliant career as an amateur, a very fine collegiate level player in the United States. Coming to India, visiting and winning the Coimbatore Open on his very first visit. Followed by Dhruv Shevaran's victory at the Chennai Open. Before Shankar Das, again another long 4.5-year wait for victory between his last win and this one, winning the Telangana Masters. And just before we came to Panchkula, the tour visit arrived at Panchkula. Chima, another very long wait for victory at the Vizag Open. And today, now we've just seen Varun Parekh becoming yet another first-time winner on the tour. First-time winner for the season, I beg your pardon. Which is, in a way, it's good because at the time you tend to see a season being dominated by 1 or 2 players. Over the past years, we've seen that happen. One person wins 4, 5, 6, 3, 4 titles, and one after the other in the same season. Here, it's been much more evenly spread out. And Rahil will wonder what more do I need to do to finally break out of that stranglehold. The second place this is his 3rd runner-up finish now. In fact, this year he started off at the Players Championship in Tolly. He was 3rd at the Ooty Masters, 2nd again in the Calcutta Challenge, that was the PGA and Challenge Tour collaboration, and now 2nd here in a playoff at the Haryana.
And talking about Rahil, just imagine on the 17th tee, he was standing there armed with a 2-shot lead, looking to just close out the title race there. But then just imagine what happened on the 17th green. A 2-shot swing, he found company at the top, somehow managed to hang in there with the 18th, then series of playoffs, and finally Varun was the last man standing. So much happened so quickly. And of course, Rahil has reasons to feel a little distraught, I would say, because he never trailed all through the day. And the only time he trailed, he lost the fight. And what separates the two? not just that one shot, because the prize money, if you look at it, it was not that it means a lot to them, but in tangent terms or in real quality, in terms of commerce, 5 lakh separates the winner from the runner-up. So that winning part was worth 5 lakh rupees. One of obviously the richest part of the week.
Varun, the dramatic improvement on his earlier performances. Just the first half of the season, injury, came back at the Chandigarh Open. He's consistently made the cuts, but no great performance to show. 50th at the Chandigarh Open, 39th at the Delhi NCR Open, 23rd at the Gurgaon Open, Mysore he was 33rd, Coimbatore he was 14th, 18th in Chennai, 34th at the Golconda Masters, and 34th again at the Vizag Open. Finally breaking through, ending a 2-year wait for his second PGTA Tour title with a playoff victory on the 4th playoff board. The vastly experienced Rahul Ganji.
The hard-fought 4 days, we had the most deserving champion. Now to start off, I'd like to invite here Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO PGTI, and Colonel A.S. Dillon, GM Panchkula Golf Club. I'd like to request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly address the gathering.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. I'm going to try and keep this very short and sweet because I think most of our players are heading off to Jammu now. And this fantastic duel that you've seen between Varun and Rahul, well, obviously delayed matters, but at the end of the day, there's always one champion. So congratulations, Varun. Well done, my friend. I think it's been a long time waiting. I guess your perspective will probably change after this win. So, well, wish you the best. Ra, unfortunate, my friend, but always, I keep counting the number of weeks that go by. Well, I'd like to thank Panchkula Golf Club for playing the perfect host, for giving us this venue. I'd like to thank Colonel Dillon. So, thank you very much for always welcoming us and giving us the best treatment and the hospitality that the players have enjoyed this whole week. I'd like to thank all our sponsors who've actually played a vital role in making this event successful. So thank you very much, and we'll see the players next week. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Colonel A.S. Dillon, GM Panchkula Golf Club, to kindly address the gathering.
I told Nikhil not to call me here because of some beer that I've had, but in any case, it's so nice that PGTI has come to us for the 7th time, if I'm not mistaken. It had stopped coming because of various constraints that we had, but now with every year that's going to pass, we're going to improve day by day. And I thank Uttam for being so considerate over here and getting all the players and giving our members the chance to see the top pros of the country in action. Thank you very much, all the professional golfers, and I wish you all the best for your future endeavors, and do come again when we have it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your support. We'd now be announcing the runner-up, and I would request Mr. Mandi and Colonel Dillon to kindly jointly present the prize to the runner-up this week. Fabulous week, outstanding week for him. Rahul Ganji, scores of 63, 71, 67 and 70, finally edged out on the 4th playoff hole. A total of 17 under 271 in regulation. Already a double winner this year on the international circuit, Rahul Ganji. It's now time to announce the winner, and I would once again request Mr. Mandi and Colonel Dillon to kindly jointly present the check and the trophy to the winner. Our winner this week Varun Parekh with scores of 64, 71, 67 and 69, a total of 17 under 271, finally prevailed on the fourth playoff hole. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 15 lakh. It's now time for the winner's speech. Varun.
I guess it was a long day for all of us, but I'm glad to come out and be the winner today. I would like to thank the sponsors first, Panchkula Golf Club, Government of Haryana, and all of the top partners of PGTI. Obviously, this win wouldn't have been possible without the support of my parents and my coach, Mr. Jesse Garewal, and my fitness trainer, Sagar Diwan. They worked really hard on me. I had a really bad phase in 2023 where I was missing cuts, and I almost, wanted to give up on the sport, but such is the sport, it brings you back. So I'm glad I'm here, and congratulations, Rahil. I mean, I don't know what to say, just congratulations, well played. Thank you so much, Panchkula Golf Club. The golf course was in a great shape. Thank you, sir. Thank you for having us here, and I'll see you all in Jammu. Thank you.
Just want to add that this event actually got started by Mr. Dipender Desi, and unfortunately he wasn't here this afternoon, but he was here on the Pro-Am day, but sorry? Is he talking to me? Okay. Well, that's all I wanted to tell you guys.
And Uttam has been so kind that every time he comes here, he gives us more support than we can give him. And so does his team. Hats off to these boys who aren't spoken of, who are behind the scenes, and who do such a wonderful job. Gentlemen and ladies, can I have you put your hand together for the people behind the scene, please? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Finally, before we wind up, we'd like to thank the Government of Haryana, host venue Panchkula Golf Club, Paras Hospital, Mr. Raman for all his help, of course Colonel Dillon for being there every time for us, the course staff, F&B staff, members of the club, all players, referees and officials, and PGTI's tour partners Rolex, Tata Steel, Nissan, Bisleri, Amrutanjan Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive, Golf Design India, and fantastic coverage by ABP Live once again this week. Thank you and see you all next year here in Panchkula.